her bonnet askew. She had forgotten the Gerald of the last 2 years, the vague old gentleman who stared at doors waiting for a woman who would never enter. She was remembering the vital, virile old man with his mane of crisp white hair, his bellowing cheerfulness, his stamping boots, his clumsy jokes, his generosity. She remembered how, as a child, he had seemed the most wonderful man in the world, this blustering father who carried her before him on his saddle when he jumped fences, turned her up, paddled her when she was naughty, and then cried when she cried, and gave her quarters to get her to hush. She remembered him coming home from Charleston and Atlanta laden with gifts that were never appropriate. Remembered, too, with a faint smile through tears, how he came home in the wee hours from court day at Jonesboro, drunk as 7 earls, jumping fences, his rollicking voice raised in "the wearing o' the green," and how abashed he was facing Ellen on the mornings after. Well, he was with Ellen now. "Why didn't you write me that he was ill? I'd have come so fast." "He weren't ill. Not a minute. Here, honey, take my handkerchief, and I'll tell you all about it." She blew her nose on his bandana, for she had come from Atlanta without even a handkerchief, and settled back into the crook of Will's arm. How nice Will was. Nothing ever upset him. "Well, it was this way, Scarlett. You've been sending this money right along, and Ashley and me, well, we've paid taxes and bought the mule and seeds and what all, and a few hogs and chickens. Miss Mellie's done mighty well with the hens, yes, sir, she has. She's a fine woman, Miss Mellie is. Well, anyway, especially as some of those carpetbaggers women, was always flouncing around in fancy trimmings. The wives of those damn Yankees that run the Freedmen's Bureau, do they dress up? Well, it's kind of been a point of honor with the ladies of the county to wear their worst-looking dresses to town, just to show how they didn't care and was proud to wear 'em. But not Sue Ellen, and she wanted a horse and carriage, too. She pointed out that you had one. "It's not a carriage, it's no buggy," said Scarlett indignantly. "Well, no matter what. I might as well tell you Sue Ellen never has got over your marrying Frank Kennedy, and I don't know as I blame her. You know that was a kind of scurvy trick to play on a sister." Scarlett rose from his shoulder, furious as a rattler ready to strike. "Scurvy trick, hey? I'll thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head, Will Benteen. Could I help it if he preferred me to her? You're a smart girl, Scarlett, and I figure yes. You could have helped him preferring you. Girls always can. But I guess you kind of coaxed him. You're a mighty taken person when you want to be. But all the same, he was Sue Ellen's beau. Why, she'd had a letter from him a week before you went to Atlanta, and he was sweet as sugar about her and talked about how they'd get married when he got a little more money ahead. I know because she showed me the letter." Scarlett was silent because she knew he was telling the truth, and she could think of nothing to say. She had never expected Will, of all people, to sit in judgment on her. Moreover, the lie she had told Frank had never weighed heavily upon her conscience. If a girl couldn't keep a beau, she deserved to lose him. "Now, Will, don't be mean," she said. "If Sue Ellen had married him, do you think she'd ever have spent a penny on Tara or any of us?" "I said you could be right taken when you wanted to," said Will, turning to her with a quiet grin. "No, I don't think we'd ever seen a penny of old Frank's money. But still, there's no getting round it. It was a scurvy trick, and if you want to justify the end by the means, it's none of my business, and who am I to complain? But just the same, Sue Ellen has been like a hornet ever since. I don't think she cared much about old Frank, but it kind of touched her vanity, and she's been saying as how you had good clothes and a carriage and lived in Atlanta while she was buried here at Tara. She does love to go calling and to parties, you know, and wear pretty clothes. I ain't blaming her. Women are like that. Well, about a month ago, I took her into Jonesboro and left her to go calling while I tended to business. And when I took her home, she was still as a mouse. But I could see she was so excited she was ready to bust. I thought she'd found out somebody was going to have that she'd heard some gossip that was interesting, and I didn't pay her much mind. She went around home for about a week all swelled up and excited and didn't have much to say. She went over to see Miss Kathleen Calvert. Scarlett, you'd cry your eyes out at Miss Kathleen. Poor girl. She'd better be dead than married to that pusillanimous Yankee Hilton. You knew he'd mortgaged the place and lost it, and they're going to have to leave? No, I didn't know, and I don't want to know. I want to know about Paul. Well, I'm getting to that, said Will patiently. When she come back from over there, she said we'd all misjudged Hilton. She called him Mr. Hilton, and she said he was a smart man, but we just laughed at her. Then she took to taking your pa out to walk in the afternoons, and lots of times when I was coming home from the field, I'd see her sitting with him on the wall round the burying ground, talking at him hard and waving her hands. And the old gentleman would just look at her sort of puzzled-like and shake his head. You know how he's been, Scarlett. He just got kind of vaguer and vaguer, like he didn't hardly know where he was or who we were. One time I seen her point to your ma's grave, and the old gentleman begun to cry. And when she come in the house all happy and excited looking, I gave her a talking to, right sharp, too, and I said, Miss Sue Ellen, why in hell are you deviling your poor pa and bringing up your ma to him? Most of the time he don't realize she's dead, and here you are rubbing it in. And she just kind of tossed her head and laughed and said, mind your business. Someday you'll be glad of what I'm doing. Miss Melanie told me last night that Sue Ellen had told her about her schemes, but Miss Melanie said she didn't have no notion Sue Ellen was serious. She said she didn't tell none of us because she was so upset at the very idea. What idea? Are you ever going to get to the point? We're halfway home now. I want to know about Paul. I'm trying to tell you, said Will. And we're so near home, I guess I'd better stop right here until I've finished. He drew rein, and the horse stopped and snorted. They had halted by the wild, overgrown mock-orange hedge that marked the McIntosh property. Glancing under the dark trees, Scarlett could just discern the tall, ghostly chimneys still rearing above the silent ruin. She wished that Will had chosen any other place to stop. Well, the long and short of her idea was to make the Yankees pay for the cotton they burned, and the stock they drove off, and the fences and the barns they tore down. The Yankees? Haven't you heard about it? The Yankee government's been paying claims on all destroyed property of Union sympathizers in the South. Of course I've heard about that, said Scarlett. But what's that got to do with us? A heap, in Sue Ellen's opinion. That day I took her to Jonesboro, she run into Mrs. McIntosh, and when they were gossiping along, Sue Ellen couldn't help noticing what fine-looking clothes Mrs. McIntosh had on, and she couldn't help asking about them. Then Mrs. McIntosh gave herself a lot of airs and said it's how her husband had put in a claim with the federal government for destroying the property of a loyal Union sympathizer who had never given aid and comfort to the Confederacy in any shape or form. They never gave aid and comfort to anybody, snapped Scarlett. Scotch-Irish. Well, maybe that's true. I don't know them. Anyway, the government gave them, well, I forget how many $1,000. A right smart sum it was, though. That started Sue Ellen. She thought about it all week and didn't say nothing to us because she knew we'd just laugh. But she just had to talk to somebody, so she went over to Miss Kathleen's, and that damn white trash Hilton gave her a passel of new ideas. He pointed out that your pa weren't even born in this country, and that he hadn't fought in the war and hadn't had no sons to fight, and hadn't never held no office under the Confederacy. He said they could strain a point about Mr. O'Hara being a loyal Union sympathizer, He filled her up with such truck, and she come home and begun working on Mr. O'Hara. Scarlett, I bet my life your pa didn't even know half the time what she was talking about. That's what she was counting on, that he would take the ironclad oath and not even know it. Pa take the ironclad oath, cried Scarlett. Well, he'd gotten right feeble in his mind these last months, and I guess she was counting on that. Mind you, none of us suspicioned nothing about it. We knew she was cooking up something, but we didn't know she was using your dead ma to reproach him for his daughters being in rags, when he could get $150,000 out of the Yankees. $150,000, murmured Scarlett, her horror at the oath fading. What a lot of money that was! And to be had for the mere signing of an oath of allegiance to the United States government, an oath stating that the signer had always supported the government and never given aid and comfort to its enemies. $150,000! That much money for that small a lie! Well, she couldn't blame Sue Ellen, good heavens! Was that what Alex meant by wanting to rawhide her? What the county meant by intending to cut her? Fools, every one of them. What couldn't she do with that much money? What couldn't any of the folks in the county do with it? And what did so small a lie matter? After all, anything you could get out of the Yankees was fair money, no matter how you got it. Yesterday, about noon, when Ashley and me were splitting rails, Sue Ellen got this wagon and got your pa in it, and off they went to town without a word to anybody. Miss Melly had a notion what it was all about, but she was praying something would change Sue Ellen, so she didn't say nothing to the rest of us. She just didn't see how Sue Ellen could do such a thing. Today I heard all about what happened. That pusillanimous fella Hilton had some influence with the other scalawags and Republicans in town, and Sue Ellen had agreed to give them some of the money. I don't know how much. If they'd kind of wink their eye about Mr. O'Hara being a loyal Union man, and play on how he was an Irishman and didn't fight in the army and so on, and sign recommendations. All your pa had to do was take the oath and sign the paper, and off it would go to Washington. They rattled off the oath real fast, and he didn't say nothing, and it went right well till she got him up to the signing of it. And then the old gentleman kind of come to himself for a minute and shook his head. I don't think he knew what it was all about, but he didn't like it, and Sue Ellen always did rub him the wrong way. Well, that just about give her the nervous fits after all the trouble she'd gone to. She took him out of the office and rode him up and down the road and talked to him about your ma crying out of her grave at him for letting her children suffer when he could provide for them. They tell me your pa sat there in the wagon and cried like a baby, like he always does when he hears her name. Everybody in town saw him, and Alex Fontaine went over to see what was the matter. But Sue Ellen gave him the rough side of her tongue and told him to mind his own business, so he went off mad. I don't know where she got the notion, but sometime in the afternoon she got a bottle of brandy and took Mr. O'Hara back to the office and begun pouring it for him. Scarlett, we haven't had no spirits round Tara for a year, just a little blackberry wine and scuppernong wine Dilsey makes, and Mr. O'Hara weren't used to it. He got real drunk, and after Sue Ellen had argued and nagged a couple of hours, he gave in and said yes. He'd sign anything she wanted. They got the oath out again, and just as he was about to put pen to paper, Sue Ellen made her mistake. She said, "Well, now, I guess the Slatterys and the McIntoshes won't be giving themselves airs over us." You see, Scarlett, the Slatterys had put in a claim for a big amount for that little shack of theirs that the Yankees burned, and Emmy's husband had got it through Washington for them. They tell me that when Sue Ellen said those names, your pa kind of straightened up and squared his shoulders and looked at her sharp-like. He weren't vague no more, and he said, "Have the Slatterys and the McIntoshes signed something like this?" And Sue Ellen got nervous and said yes and no and stuttered, and he shouted right loud, Tell me, did that goddamn Orangeman and that goddamn poor white sign something like this?" And that feller Hilton spoke up smooth-like and said, "Yes, sir, they did. And they got a pile of money like you'll get." And then the old gentleman let out a roar like a bull. Alex Fontaine said he heard him from down the street at the saloon. And he said with a brogue you could cut with a butter knife, "And were ye after thinking an O'Hara of Tara would be follyin' in the dirthy tracks of a goddamn Orangeman and a goddamn poor white?" And he tore the paper in two and threw it in Sue Ellen's face, and he bellowed, "Ye're no daughter of mine." And he was out of the office before you could say Jack Robinson. Alex said he saw him come out on the street charging like a bull. He said the old gentleman looked like his old self for the first time since your ma died. Said he was reelin' drunk and cussin' at the top of his lungs. Alex said he never heard such fine cussin'. Alex's horse was standing there, and your pa climbed on it without a "by your leave," and off he went in a cloud of dust so thick it choked you, cussin' every breath he drew. Well, about sundown, Ashley and me were sitting on the front step, looking down the road and mighty worried. Miss Melly was upstairs crying on her bed and wouldn't tell us nothing. Directly we heard a pounding down the road and somebody yelling like he was fox hunting, and Ashley said, "That's queer. That sounds like Mr. O'Hara when he used to ride over to see us before the war." And then we seen him way down at the end of the pasture. He must have jumped the fence right over there. And he come riding hell for leather up the hill, singing at the top of his voice like he didn't have a care in the world. I didn't know your pa had such a voice. He was singing Peg in a low-back car, and beating the horse with his hat, and the horse was going like mad. He didn't draw rein when he come near the top, and we seen he was going to jump the pasture fence, and we hopped up scared to death, and then he yelled, "Look, Ellen, watch me take this one." But the horse stopped right on his haunches at the fence and wouldn't take the jump, and your pa went right over his head. He didn't suffer none. He was dead time we got to him. I guess it broke his neck. Will waited a minute for her to speak, and when she didn't, he picked up the reins. "Get up, Sherman," he said, and the horse started on, toward home. Chapter 40. Scarlett slept little that night. When the dawn had come and the sun was creeping over the black pines on the hills to the east, she rose from her tumbled bed and, seating herself on a stool by the window, laid her tired head on her arm and looked out over the barnyard and orchard of Tara toward the cotton fields. Everything was fresh and dewy and silent and green, and the sight of the cotton fields brought a measure of balm and comfort to her sore heart. Tara, at sunrise, looked loved, well-tended, and at peace, for all that its master lay dead. The squatty log chicken house was clay-daubed against rats and weasels and clean with whitewash, and so was the log stable. The garden, with its rows of corn, bright yellow squash, butter beans, and turnips, was well weeded and neatly fenced with split oak rails. The orchard was cleared of underbrush, and only daisies grew beneath the long rows of trees. The sun picked out with faint glistening the apples, and the furred pink peaches half hidden in the green leaves. Beyond lay the curving rows of cotton, still and green under the gold of the new sky. The ducks and chickens were waddling and strutting off toward the fields, for under the bushes in the soft-plowed earth were found the choicest worms and slugs. Scarlett's heart swelled with affection and gratitude to Will, who had done all of this. Even her loyalty to Ashley could not make her believe he had been responsible for much of this well-being, and they would be the more fertile for their rest. Will had done more than merely farm a few acres. He had kept sternly at bay those two enemies of Georgia planters, the seedling pine and the blackberry brambles. They had not stealthily taken garden and pasture and cotton field and lawn and reared themselves insolently by the porches of Tara, as they were doing on numberless plantations throughout the state. Scarlet's heart failed a beat when she thought how close Tara had come to going back to wilderness. Between herself and Will, they had done a good job. They had held off the Yankees, the carpetbaggers, and the encroachments of nature. And best of all, Will had told her that after the cotton came in the fall, she need send no more money unless some other carpetbagger coveted Tara and skyrocketed the taxes. Scarlet knew Will would have a hard pull without her help, but she admired and respected his independence. As long as he was in the position of hired help, he would take her money. But now that he was to become her brother-in-law and the man of the house, he intended to stand on his own efforts. Yes, Will was something the Lord had provided. Pork had dug the grave the night before, close by Ellen's grave, and he stood, spade in hand, behind the moist red clay he was soon to shovel back in place. Scarlet stood behind him in the patchy shade of a gnarled, low-limbed cedar, the hot sun of the June morning dappling her, and tried to keep her eyes away from the red trench in front of her. Jim Tarleton, little Hugh muddled and cried, and Scarlet saw with incurious surprise that the kinks on his head, so jettily black when she went to Atlanta a few months before, were now grizzled. She thanked God tiredly that she had cried all her tears the night before, so now she could stand erect and dry-eyed. The sound of Sue Ellen's tears just back of her shoulder irritated her unbearably, and she had to call Gerald's crony since he came to the up-country from Savannah so many years before, Grandma Fontaine, who loved him because he was Ellen's husband, and Mrs. Tarleton, who had been closer to him than to any of her neighbors because, as she often said, he was the only man in the county who knew a stallion from a gelding. The sight of the stormy faces of these three in the dim parlor, where Gerald lay before the funeral, had caused Ashley and Will some uneasiness, and they had retired to Ellen's office for a consultation. "Some of them are going to say something about Sue Ellen," said Will abruptly, biting his straw in half. "They think they got just cause to say something. Maybe they have. It ain't for me to say. But Ashley, whether they're right or not, will have to resent it, being men of the family, and then there'll be trouble. Can't nobody do nothing with old man McCrae because he's deaf as a post, and can't hear folks trying to shut him up. And you know there ain't nobody in God's world ever stopped Grandma Fontaine from speaking her mind. And as for Mrs. Tarleton, did you see her roll them russet eyes of hers every time she looked at Sue? She's got her ears laid back and can't hardly wait. If they say something, we got to take it up, and we got enough trouble at Tara now without being at outs with our neighbors." Ashley sighed worriedly. He knew the tempers of his neighbors better than Will did, and he remembered that fully half of the quarrels and some of the shootings of the days before the war had risen from the county custom of saying a few words over the coffins of departed neighbors. Generally, the words were eulogistic in the extreme, but occasionally they were not. Sometimes words meant in the utmost respect were misconstrued by overstrung relatives of the dead, and scarcely were the last shovels of earth mounded above the coffin before trouble began. In the absence of a priest, Ashley was to conduct the services with the aid of Corinne's Book of Devotions, the assistance of the Methodist and Baptist preachers of Jonesboro and Fayetteville having been tactfully refused. Corinne, more devoutly Catholic than her sisters, had been very upset that Scarlet had neglected to bring a priest from Atlanta with her, and had only been a little eased by the reminder that when the priest came down to marry Will and Sue Ellen, he could read the services over Gerald. It was she who objected to the neighboring Protestant preachers, and gave the matter into Ashley's hands, marking passages in her book for him to read. Ashley, leaning against the old secretary, knew that the responsibility for preventing trouble lay with him, and knowing the hair-trigger tempers of the county, was at a loss as to how to proceed. "There's no help for it, Will," he said, rumpling his bright hair. "I can't knock Grandma Fontaine down, or Old Man McCrae either. And I can't hold my hand over Mrs. Tarleton's mouth. And the mildest thing they'll say is that Sue Ellen is a murderess and a traitor, and but for her Mr. O'Hara would still be alive. Damn this custom of speaking over the dead. It's barbarous." "Look, Ash," said Will slowly, "I ain't aiming to have nobody say nothing against Sue Ellen, no matter what they think. You leave it to me. When you finished with the reading and the praying, and you say, if anyone would like to say a few words, you look right at me so I can speak first." But Scarlet, watching the pallbearer's difficulty in getting the coffin through the narrow entrance into the burying ground, had no thought of trouble to come after the funeral. She was thinking with a leaden heart that in burying Gerald, she was burying one of the last links that joined her to the old days of happiness and irresponsibility. Finally, the pallbearers set the coffin down near the grave and stood clenching and unclenching their aching fingers. Ashley, Melanie, and Will filed into the enclosure and stood behind the O'Hara girls. All the closer neighbors who could crowd in were behind them, and the others stood outside the brick wall. Scarlet, really seeing them for the first time, was surprised and touched by the size of the crowd. With transportation so limited, it was kind of so many to come. There were 50 or 60 people there, some of them from so far away she wondered how they had heard in time to come. There were whole families from Jonesboro and Fayetteville and Lovejoy, and with them a few Negro servants, lips full of snuff. Their faces beneath their sunbonnets were sallow and malarial-looking, but shining clean, and their freshly ironed calicos glistened with starch. The near neighbors were there in full force. Grandma Fontaine, withered, wrinkled, and yellow as an old molted bird, was leaning on her cane, and behind her were Sally Monroe Fontaine and young Miss Fontaine. They were trying vainly, by whispered pleas and jerks at her skirt, to make the old lady sit down on the brick wall. Grandma's husband, the old doctor, wasn't there. He had died 2 months before, and much of the bright, malicious joy of life had gone from her old eyes. Kathleen Calvert Hilton stood alone, as befitted one whose husband had helped bring about the present tragedy, her faded sunbonnet hiding her bowed face. Scarlet saw with amazement that her percale dress had grease spots on it, and her hands were freckled and unclean. There were even black crescents under her fingernails. There was nothing of quality folks about Kathleen now. She looked cracker, even worse. She looked poor white, shiftless, slovenly, trifling. "She'll be dipping snuff soon, if she isn't doing it already," thought Scarlet in horror. Good Lord, what a come-down! She shuddered, turning her eyes from Kathleen as she realized how narrow was the chasm between quality folk and poor whites. "There, but for a lot of gumption, am I," she thought. And pride surged through her as she realized that she and Kathleen had started with the same equipment after the surrender, empty hands and what they had in their heads. "I haven't done so bad," she thought, lifting her chin and smiling. But she stopped in mid-smile as she saw the scandalized eyes of Mrs. Tarleton upon her. Her eyes were red-rimmed from tears, and after giving Scarlet a reproving look, she turned her gaze back to Sue Ellen, a fierce, angry gaze that boded ill for her. Behind her and her husband were the 4 Tarleton girls, their red locks indecorous notes in the solemn occasion, their russet eyes still looking like the eyes of vital young animals, spirited and dangerous. Feet were stilled. Hats were removed. Hands folded and skirts rustled into quietness as Ashley stepped forward with Corinne's worn Book of Devotions in his hand. He stood for a moment looking down, the sun glittering on his golden head. A deep silence fell on the crowd, so deep that the harsh whisper of the wind in the magnolia leaves came clear to their ears, and the far-off repetitious note of a mockingbird sounded unendurably loud and sad. Ashley began to read the prayers, and all the heads bowed, as his resonant, beautifully modulated voice rolled out the brief and dignified words. "Oh," thought Scarlet, her throat constricting, "how beautiful his voice is. If anyone has to do this for Pa, I'm glad it's Ashley. I'd rather have him than a priest. I'd rather have Pa buried by one of his own folks than a stranger." When Ashley came to the part of the prayers concerning the souls in purgatory, which Corinne had marked for him to read, he abruptly closed the book. Only Corinne noticed the omission and looked up puzzled as he began the Lord's Prayer. Ashley knew that half the people present had never heard of purgatory, and those who had would take it as a personal affront if he insinuated, even in prayer, that so fine a man as Mr. O'Hara had not gone straight to heaven. So, in deference to public opinion, he skipped all mention of purgatory. The gathering joined heartily in the Lord's Prayer, but their voices trailed off into embarrassed silence when he began the Hail Mary. They had never heard that prayer, and they looked furtively at each other as the O'Hara girls, Melanie, and the Terra servants gave the response. "Pray for us, now and at the hour of our death." Then Ashley raised his head and stood for a moment, uncertain. The eyes of the neighbors were expectantly upon him as they settled themselves in easier positions for a long harangue. They were waiting for him to go on with the service, for it didn't occur to any of them that he was at the end of the Catholic prayers. County funerals were always long. The Baptist and Methodist ministers who performed them had no set prayers, but extemporized as the circumstances demanded, and seldom stopped before all mourners were in tears, and the bereaved feminine relatives screaming with grief. The neighbors would have been shocked, aggrieved and indignant, had these brief prayers been all the service over the body of their loved friend, and no one knew this better than Ashley. The matter would be discussed at dinner tables for weeks, and the opinion of the county would be that the O'Hara girls had not shown proper respect for their father. So he threw a quick apologetic glance at Corinne, and bowing his head again, began reciting from memory the Episcopal burial service which he had often read over slaves buried at 12 Oaks. "I am the resurrection and the life, and whosoever believeth in me shall never die." It didn't come back to him readily, and he spoke slowly, occasionally falling silent for a space as he waited for phrases to rise from his memory. But this measured delivery made his words more impressive, and mourners who had been dry-eyed before began now to reach for handkerchiefs. Sturdy Baptists and Methodists all, they thought it the Catholic ceremony, and immediately rearranged their first opinion that the Catholic services were cold and popish. Scarlet and Sue Ellen were equally ignorant and thought the words comforting and beautiful. Only Melanie and Corinne realized that a devoutly Catholic Irishman was being laid to rest by the Church of England service, and Corinne was too stunned by grief and her hurt at Ashley's treachery to interfere. When he had finished, Ashley opened wide his sad gray eyes and looked about the crowd. After a pause, his eyes caught those of Will, and he said, "Is there anyone present who would like to say a word?" Mrs. Tarleton twitched nervously, but before she could act, Will stumped forward and, standing at the head of the coffin, began to speak. "Friends," he began in his flat, pale voice, "maybe you think I'm getting above myself speaking first, Me who never knew Mr. O'Hara till about a year ago, when you all have known him 20 years or more. But this here's my excuse. If he'd lived a month or so longer, I'd have had the right to call him Pa." A startled ripple went over the crowd. They were too well-bred to whisper, but they shifted on their feet and stared at Corinne's bowed head. Everyone knew his dumb devotion to her. Seeing the direction in which all eyes were cast, Will went on as if he had taken no note. "So, being as how I'm to marry Miss Sue Ellen as soon as the priest comes down from Atlanta, I thought maybe that gives me the right to speak first." The last part of his speech was lost in a faint sibilant buzz that went through the gathering, an angry, bee-like buzz. There was indignation and disappointment in the sound. Everyone liked Will. Everyone respected him for what he had done for Tara. Everyone knew his affections lay with Corinne, so the news that he was to marry the neighborhood pariah instead sat ill upon them. Good old Will marrying that nasty, sneaking little Sue Ellen O'Hara. For a moment the air was tense. Mrs. Tarleton's eyes began to snap and her lips to shape soundless words. In the silence, old man McRae's high voice could be heard imploring his grandson to tell him what had been said. Will faced them all, still mild of face. But there was something in his pale blue eyes which dared them to say one word about his future wife. For a moment the balance hung between the honest affection everyone had for Will and their contempt for Sue Ellen. And Will won. He continued as if his pause had been a natural one. "I never knew Mr. O'Hara in his prime like you all done. All I knew personally was a fine old gentleman who was a mite addled. But I've heard tell from you all about what he used to be like, and I want to say this. He was a fighting Irishman and a Southern gentleman and as loyal a Confederate as ever lived. You can't get no better combination than that. And we ain't likely to see many more like him because the times that bred men like him are as dead as he is. He was born in a foreign country, but the man we're burying here today was more of a Georgian than any of us mourning him. He lived our life. He loved our land, and when you come right down to it, he died for our cause, same as the soldiers did. He was one of us, and he had our good points and our bad points, and he had our strength, and he had our failings. He had our good points in that couldn't nothing stop him when his mind was made up, and he weren't scared of nothing that walked in shoe leather. There weren't nothing that come to him from the outside that could lick him. He weren't scared of the English government when they wanted to hang him. He just lit out and left home. And when he come to this country and was poor, that didn't scare him a mite neither. He went to work and he made his money. And he weren't scared to tackle this section when it was part wild and the Injuns had just been run out of it. He made a big plantation out of a wilderness. And when the war come on and his money begun to go, he weren't scared to be poor again. And when the Yankees come through Tara and might have burned him out or killed him, he weren't fazed a bit and he weren't licked neither. He just planted his front feet and stood his ground. That's why I say he had our good points. There ain't nothing from the outside can lick any of us. But he had our failings, too, 'cause he could be licked from the inside. I mean to say that what the whole world couldn't do, his own heart could. When Mrs. O'Hara died, his heart died, too, and he was licked. And what we seen walking round here weren't him." Will paused, and his eyes went quietly around the circle of faces. The crowd stood in the hot sun as if enchanted to the ground, and whatever wrath they had felt for Sue Ellen was forgotten. Will's eyes rested for a moment on Scarlett, and they crinkled slightly at the corners as if he were inwardly smiling comfort to her. Scarlett, who had been fighting back rising tears, did feel comforted. Will was talking common sense instead of a lot of tootle about reunions in another and better world, and submitting her will to God's. And Scarlett had always found strength and comfort in common sense. And I don't want none of you to think the less of him for breaking like he done. All you all, and me too, are like him. We got the same weakness and failing. There ain't nothing that walks can lick us any more than it could lick him. Not Yankee, nor carpetbaggers, nor hard times, nor high taxes, nor even downright starvation. But that weakness that's in our hearts can lick us in the time it takes to bet your eye. It ain't always losing someone you love that does it, like it done Mr. O'Hara. Everybody's mainspring is different. And I want to say this. Folks whose mainsprings are busted are better dead. There ain't no place for them in the world these days. And they're happier being dead. That's why I'm saying you all ain't got no cause to grieve for Mr. O'Hara now. The time to grieve was back when Sherman come through and he lost Mrs. O'Hara. Now that his body's gone to join his heart, I don't see that we got reason to mourn, unless we're pretty damn selfish. And I'm saying it who loved him like he was my own pa. There won't be no more words said, if you folks don't mind. The family's too cut up to listen, and it wouldn't be no kindness to them. Will stopped, and turning to Mrs. Tarleton, he said in a lower voice, I wonder, couldn't you take Scarlett in the house, ma'am? It ain't right for her to be standing in the sun so long. And Grandma Fontaine don't look any too pert neither, meaning no disrespect. Startled at the abrupt switching from the eulogy to herself, Scarlett went red with embarrassment as all eyes turned toward her. Why should Will advertise her already obvious pregnancy? She gave him a shamed, indignant look, but Will's placid gaze bore her down. Please, his look said, I know what I'm doing. Already he was the man of the house, and not wishing to make a scene, Scarlett turned helplessly to Mrs. Tarleton. That lady suddenly diverted, as Will had intended, from thoughts of Sue Ellen to the always fascinating matter of breeding, be it animal or human, took Scarlett's arm. Come in the house, honey. Her face took on a look of kind, absorbed interest, and Scarlett suffered herself to be led through the crowd that gave way and made a narrow path for her. There was a sympathetic murmuring as she passed, and several hands went out to pat her comfortingly. When she came abreast Grandma Fontaine, the old lady put out a skinny claw and said, Give me your arm, child, and added with a fierce glance at Sally and young Miss, No, don't you come. I don't want you. They passed slowly through the crowd, which closed behind them, and went up the shady path toward the house, Mrs. Tarleton's eager helping hand so strong under Scarlett's elbow that she was almost lifted from the ground at each step. Now why did Will do that? Cried Scarlett heatedly, when they were out of earshot. He practically said, Look at her, she's going to have a baby. Well, sakes alive, you are, aren't you? Said Mrs. Tarleton. Will did right. It was foolish for you to stand in the hot sun when you might have fainted and had a miscarriage. Will wasn't bothered about her miscarrying, said Grandma, a little breathless as she labored across the front yard toward the steps. There was a grim, knowing smile on her face. Will's smart. He didn't want either you or me, Beatrice, at the graveside. He was scared of what we'd say, and he knew this was the only way to get rid of us. And it was more than that. He didn't want Scarlett to hear the clods dropping on the coffin, and he's right. Just remember, Scarlett, as long as you don't hear that sound, folks aren't actually dead to you, but once you hear it. Well, it's the most dreadfully final sound in the world. Help me up the steps, child. Give me a hand, Beatrice. Scarlett don't any more need your arm than she needs crutches, and I'm not so pert, as Will observed. Will knew you were your father's pet, and he didn't want to make it worse for you than it already was. He figured it wouldn't be so bad for your sisters. Sue Ellen has her shame to sustain her, and Corinne her God. But you've got nothing to sustain you, have you, child?" "No," answered Scarlet, helping the old lady up the steps, faintly surprised at the truth that sounded in the reedy old voice. "I've never had anything to sustain me, except Mother." "But when you lost her, you found you could stand alone, didn't you?" "Well, some folks can't. Your pa was one. Will's right. Don't you grieve. He couldn't get along without Ellen, and he's happier where he is. Just like I'll be happier when I join the old doctor." She spoke without any desire for sympathy, and the two gave her none. She spoke as briskly and naturally as if her husband were alive and in Jonesboro, and a short buggy ride would bring them together. Grandma was too old and had seen too much to fear death. "But you can stand alone, too," said Scarlet. The old lady gave her a bright, bird-like glance. "Yes, but it's powerful uncomfortable at times." "Look here, Grandma," interrupted Mrs. Tarleton. "You ought not to talk to Scarlet like that. She's upset enough already. What with a trip down here and that tight dress and a grief in the heat, she's got enough to make her miscarry without your adding to it, talking grief and sorrow." "God's nightgown!" cried Scarlet in irritation. "I'm not upset, and I'm not one of those sickly miscarrying fools." "You never can tell," said Mrs. Tarleton omnisciently. "I lost my first when I saw a bull gore one of our darkies, and you remember my red mare, Nellie? Now, there was the healthiest-looking mare you ever saw, but she was nervous and high-strung, and if I didn't watch her, she'd—" "Beatrice, hush," said Grandma. "Scarlet wouldn't miscarry on a bet. Let's us sit here in the hall where it's cool. There's a nice draft through here. Now you go fetch us a glass of buttermilk, Beatrice, if there's any in the kitchen, or look in the pantry and see if there's any wine. I could do with a glass. We'll sit here till the folks come up to say goodbye." "Scarlet ought to be in bed," insisted Mrs. Tarleton, running her eyes over her with the expert air of one who calculated a pregnancy to the last minute of its length. "Get going," said Grandma, giving her a prod with her cane. And Mrs. Tarleton went through the kitchen, throwing her hat carelessly on the sideboard and running her hands through her damp red hair. Scarlet lay back in her chair and unbuttoned the two-top buttons of her tight basque. It was cool and dim in the high-ceilinged hall, and the vagrant draught that went from back to front of the house was refreshing after the heat of the sun. She looked across the hall into the parlor where Gerald had lain, and, wrenching her thoughts from him, looked up at the portrait of Grandma Robillard hanging above the fireplace. The bayonet-scarred portrait with its high-piled hair, half-exposed breasts, and cool insolence had, as always, a tonic effect upon her. "I don't know which hit Beatrice Tarleton worse, losing her boys or her horses," said Grandma Fontaine. "She never did pay much mind to Jim or her girls, you know. She's one of those folks Will was talking about. Her mainspring's busted. Sometimes I wonder if she won't go the way your pa went. She wasn't ever happy unless horses or humans were breeding right in her face, and none of her girls are married or got any prospects of catching husbands in this county, so she's got nothing to occupy her mind. If she wasn't such a lady at heart, she'd be downright common." "Was Will telling the truth about marrying Sue Ellen?" "Yes," said Scarlet, looking the old lady full in the eye. Goodness, she could remember the time when she was scared to death of Grandma Fontaine. Well, she'd grown up since then, and she'd just as soon as not tell her go to the devil if she meddled in affairs at Tara. "He could do better," said Grandma candidly. "Indeed," said Scarlet haughtily. "Come off your high horse, miss," said the old lady tartly. "I shan't attack your precious sister, though I might have if I'd stayed at the burying ground. What I mean is, with a scarcity of men in the neighborhood, Will could marry most any of the girls. There's Beatrice 4 Wildcats, and the Monroe girls, and the McRae. He's going to marry Sue, and that's that. She's lucky to get him. Tara is lucky to get him. You love this place, don't you?" "Yes." "So much that you don't mind your sister marrying out of her class as long as you have a man around to care for Tara?" "Class?" said Scarlet, startled at the idea. "Class? What does class matter now, so long as a girl gets a husband who can take care of her?" "That's a debatable question," said old Miss. "Some folks would say you were talking common sense. Others would say you were letting down bars that ought never to be lowered 1 inch. Well, certainly not quality folks, and some of your people were." Her sharp old eyes went to the portrait of Grandma Robillard. Scarlet thought of Will, lank, unimpressive, mild, eternally chewing a straw, his whole appearance deceptively devoid of energy, like that of most crackers. He didn't have behind him a long line of ancestors of wealth, prominence, and blood. The first of Will's family to set foot on Georgia soil might even have been one of Oglethorpe's debtors or a bondservant. Will had not been to college. In fact, 4 years in a backwoods school was all the education he had ever had. He was honest and he was loyal. He was patient and he was hard-working, but certainly he was not quality. Undoubtedly, by Robillard standards, Sue Ellen was coming down in the world. "So you approve of Will coming into your family?" "Yes," answered Scarlet fiercely, ready to pounce upon the old lady at the first words of condemnation. "You may kiss me," said Grandma surprisingly, and she smiled in her most approving manner. "I never liked you much till now, Scarlet. You were always hard as a hickory nut, even as a child, and I don't like hard females, barring myself. But I do like the way you meet things. You don't make a fuss about things that can't be helped, even if they are disagreeable. You take your fences cleanly, like a good hunter." Scarlet smiled uncertainly, and pecked obediently at the withered cheek presented to her. It was pleasant to hear approving words again, even if she had little idea what they meant. "There's plenty of folks hereabout who'll have something to say about you letting Sue marry a cracker, for all that everybody likes Will. They'll say in one breath what a fine man he is and how terrible it is for an O'Hara girl to marry beneath her. But don't you let it bother you." "I've never been bothered about what people said." "So I've heard." There was a hint of acid in the old voice. "Well, don't bother about what folks say. It'll probably be a very successful marriage. Of course, Will's always going to look like a cracker, and marriage won't improve his grammar any. And even if he makes a mint of money, he'll never lend any shine and sparkle to Tara like your father did. Crackers are short on sparkle. But Will's a gentleman at heart. He's got the right instincts. Nobody but a born gentleman could have put his finger on what's wrong with us as accurately as he just did, down there at the burying. The whole world can't lick us, but we can lick ourselves by longing too hard for things we haven't got any more, and by remembering too much. Yes, Will do well by Sue Ellen and by Tara." "Then you approve of me letting him marry her?" "God, no!" The old voice was tired and bitter, but vigorous. "Approve of crackers marrying into old families? Bah! Would I approve of breeding scrub stock to thoroughbreds? Oh, crackers are good and solid and honest, but you just said you thought it would be a successful match," cried Scarlet, bewildered. "Oh, I think it's good for Sue Ellen to marry Will. to marry anybody for that matter, because she needs a husband bad. And where else could she get one? And where else could you get as good a manager for Tara? But that doesn't mean I like the situation any better than you do. But I do like it, thought Scarlett, trying to grasp the old lady's meaning. I'm glad Will is going to marry her. Why should she think I minded? She's taking it for granted that I do mind, just like her. She felt puzzled and a little ashamed, as always when people attributed to her emotions and motives they possessed and thought she shared. Grandma fanned herself with her palmetto leaf and went on briskly. I don't approve of the match any more than you do, but I'm practical, and so are you. And when it comes to something that's unpleasant but can't be helped, I don't see any sense in screaming and kicking about it. That's no way to meet the ups and downs of life. I know because my family and the old doctor's family have had more than our share of ups and downs, and if we folks have a motto, it's this: don't holler, smile, and bide your time. We've survived a passel of things that way, smiling and biding our time, and we've gotten to be experts at surviving. We had to be. We've always bet on the wrong horses. Run out of France with the Huguenots, run out of England with the Cavaliers, run out of Scotland with Bonnie Prince Charlie, run out of Haiti by the niggers, and now licked by the Yankees. But we always turn up on top in a few years. You know why? She cocked her head, and Scarlett thought she looked like nothing so much as an old, knowing parrot. No, I don't know, I'm sure, she answered politely. But she was heartily bored, even as she had been the day when Grandma launched on her memories of the Creek uprising. Well, this is the reason. We bow to the inevitable. We're not wheat, we're buckwheat. When a storm comes along, it flattens ripe wheat because it's dry and can't bend with the wind. But ripe buckwheat's got sap in it, and it bends. And when the wind is past, it springs up almost as straight and strong as before. We aren't a stiff-necked tribe. We're mighty limber when a hard wind's blowing, because we know it pays to be limber. When trouble comes, we bow to the inevitable without any mouthing, and we work and we smile and we bide our time. And we play along with lesser folks, and we take what we can get from them. And when we're strong enough, we kick the folks whose necks we've climbed over. That, my child, is the secret of the survival. And after a pause, she added, I pass it on to you. The old lady cackled, as if she were amused by her words, despite the venom in them. She looked as if she expected some comment from Scarlett, but the words had made little sense to her, and she could think of nothing to say. No, sir, old Miss went on. Our folks get flattened out, but they rise up again, and that's more than I can say for plenty of people not so far away from here. Look at Kathleen Calvert. You can see what she's come to. Poor white, and a heap lower than the man she married. Look at the McCrae family, flat to the ground, helpless, don't know what to do, don't know how to do anything, won't even try. They spend their time whining about the good old days. And look at nearly everybody in this county except my Alex and my Sally and you and Jim Tarleton and his girls and some others. The rest have gone under because they didn't have any sap in them, because they didn't have the gumption to rise up again. There never was anything to those folks but money and darkies. And now that the money and darkies are gone, those folks will be cracker in another generation. You forgot the Wilkes. No, I didn't forget them. I just thought I'd be polite and not mention them, seeing that Ashley's a guest under this roof. But seeing as how you've brought up their names, look at them. There's India, who from all I hear is a dried-up old maid already, giving herself all kinds of widowed airs because Stu Tarleton was killed, and not making any effort to forget him and try to catch another man. Of course, she's old, but she could catch some widower with a big family if she tried. And poor Honey was always a man-crazy fool with no more sense than a guinea hen. And as for Ashley, look at him. Ashley is a very fine man, began Scarlett hotly. I never said he wasn't, but he's as helpless as a turtle on his back. If the Wilkes family pulls through these hard times, it'll be Melly who pulls them through, not Ashley. Melly? Lord, Grandma, what are you talking about? I've lived with Melly long enough to know she's sickly and scared and hasn't the gumption to say boo to a goose. Now, why on earth should anyone want to say boo to a goose? It always sounded like a waste of time to me. She might not say boo to a goose, but she'd say boo to the world, or to the Yankee government, or anything else that threatened her precious Ashley, or her boy, or her notions of gentility. Her way isn't your way, Scarlett, or my way. It's the way your mother would have acted if she'd lived. Melly puts me in mind of your mother when she was young. And maybe she'll pull the Wilkes family through. Oh, Melly's a well-meaning little ninny. But you are very unjust to Ashley. He's... Oh, Foot. Ashley was bred to read books and nothing else. That doesn't help a man pull himself out of a tough fix, like we're all in now. From what I hear, he's the worst plowhand in the county. Now you just compare him with my Alex. Before the war, Alex was the most worthless dandy in the world, and he never had a thought beyond a new cravat and getting drunk and shooting somebody and chasing girls who were no better than they should be. But look at him now. He's learned farming because he's had to learn. He'd have starved, and so would all of us. Now he raises the best cotton in the county. Yes, miss. It's a heap better than Terra cotton. And he knows what to do with hogs and chickens. Ha! He's a fine boy for all his bad temper. He knows how to bide his time and change with changing ways. And when all this Reconstruction misery is over, you're going to see my Alex as rich a man as his father and his grandfather were. But Ashley... Scarlett was smarting at the slight to Ashley. It all sounds like Tootle to me, she said coldly. Well, it shouldn't, said Grandma, fastening a sharp eye upon her. For it's just exactly the course you've been following since you went to Atlanta. Oh, yes. We hear of your didos, even if we are buried down here in the country. You've changed with the changing times, too. We hear how you suck up to the Yankees and the white trash and the new rich carpetbaggers to get money out of them. Butter doesn't melt in your mouth from all I can hear. Well, go to it, I say. And get every cent out of them you can. But when you've got enough money, kick 'em in the face, because they can't serve you any longer. Be sure you do that, and do it properly, for trash hanging on your coattails can ruin you. Scarlett looked at her, her brow wrinkling with the effort to digest the words. They still didn't make much sense, and she was still angry at Ashley being called a turtle on his back. I think you're wrong about Ashley, she said abruptly. Scarlett, you just aren't smart. That's your opinion, said Scarlett rudely, wishing it were permissible to smack old lady's jaws. Oh, you're smart enough about dollars and cents. That's a man's way of being smart. But you aren't smart at all like a woman. You aren't a speck smart about folks. Scarlett's eyes began to snap fire, and her hands to clench and unclench. I've made you good and mad, haven't I? Asked the old lady, smiling. Well, I aim to do just that. Oh, you did you? And why, pray? I had good and plenty reasons. Grandma sank back in her chair, and Scarlett suddenly realized that she looked very tired and incredibly old. The tiny claw-like hands folded over the fan were yellow and waxy as a dead person's. The anger went out of Scarlett's heart as a thought came to her. She leaned over and took one of the hands in hers. "You're a mighty sweet old liar," she said. "You didn't mean a word of all this rigmarole. You've just been talking to keep my mind off Pa, haven't you?" "Don't you fiddle with me," said old Miss grumpily, jerking away her hand. "Partly for that reason. Partly because what I've been telling you is the truth, and you're just too stupid to realize it." But she smiled a little, and took the sting from her words. Scarlett's heart emptied itself of wrath about Ashley. It was nice to know Grandma hadn't meant any of it. "Thank you just the same. It was nice of you to talk to me. And I'm glad to know you're with me about Will and Sue Ellen, even if a lot of other people do disapprove." Mrs. Tarleton came down the hall, carrying 2 glasses of buttermilk. She did all domestic things badly, and the glasses were slopping over. "I had to go clear to the spring house to get it," she said. "Drink it quick, because the folks are coming up from the burying ground. Scarlett, are you really going to let Sue Ellen marry Will? Not that he isn't a sight too good for her, but, you know, he is a cracker, and—" Scarlett's eyes met those of Grandma. There was a wicked sparkle in the old eyes that found an answer. Chapter 41. When the last goodbye had been said, and the last sound of wheels and hooves died away, Scarlett went into Ellen's office and removed a gleaming object from where she had hidden it the night before, between the yellowed papers in the pigeonholes of the secretary. Hearing Pork sniffling in the dining room as he went about laying the table for dinner, she called to him. He came to her, his black face as forlorn as a lost and masterless hound. "Pork," she said sternly, "you cry just once more and I'll cry too. You've got to stop." "Yes'm. I try, but every time I try, I thinks of Mr. Gerald, and—" "Well, don't think. I can stand everybody else's tears, but not yours. There," she broke off gently. "Don't you see? I can't stand yours because I know how you loved him. Blow your nose, Pork. I've got a present for you." A little interest flickered in Pork's eyes as he blew his nose loudly, but it was more politeness than interest. "You remember that night you got shot robbing somebody's hen house?" "Lord God, Miss Scarlett, I ain't never—" "Well, you did, so don't lie to me about it at this late date. You remember I said I was going to give you a watch for being so faithful?" "Yes'm, I 'members. I figured you'd done forgot." "No, I didn't forget, and here it is." She held out for him a massive gold watch, heavily embossed, from which dangled a chain with many fobs and seals. "'Fore God, Miss Scarlett," cried Pork, "that's Mr. Gerald's watch. I done seen him look at that watch 1,000,000 times." "Yes, it's Pa's watch, Pork, and I'm giving it to you. Take it." "Oh, no." Pork retreated in horror. "That's a white gentleman's watch, and Mr. Gerald's to boot. How come you talk about giving it to me, Miss Scarlett? That watch belongs by rights to little Wade Hampton." "It belongs to you. What did Wade Hampton ever do for Pa? Did he look after him when he was sick and feeble? Did he bathe him and dress him and shave him? Did he stick by him when the Yankees came? Did he steal for him? Don't be a fool, Pork. If ever anyone deserved a watch, you do, and I know Pa would approve. Here." She picked up the black hand and laid the watch in the palm. Pork gazed at it reverently, and slowly delight spread over his face. "For me, truly, Miss Scarlett?" "Yes, indeed." "Well, thank you, ma'am." "Would you like for me to take it to Atlanta and have it engraved?" "What's this engraved mean?" Pork's voice was suspicious. "It means to put writing on the back of it, like like to pork from the O'Haras, well done, good and faithful servant. No, thank you, ma'am. Never mind the engraving. Pork retreated a step, clutching the watch firmly. A little smile twitched her lips. What's the matter, Pork? Don't you trust me to bring it back? Yes'm, I trust you. Only, well, you might change your mind. I wouldn't do that. Well, you might sell it. I expect it's worth a heap. You think I'd sell Pa's watch? Yes'm, if you needed the money. You ought to be beat for that, Pork. I've a mind to take the watch back. No, you ain't. The first faint smile of the day showed on Pork's grief-worn face. I knows you. And Miss Scarlett. Yes, Pork? If you was just half as nice to white folks as you is to niggers, I expect the world would treat you better. It treats me well enough, she said. Now go find Mr. Ashley and tell him I want to see him here right away. Ashley sat on Ellen's little writing chair, his long body dwarfing the frail bit of furniture while Scarlett offered him a half-interest in the mill. Not once did his eyes meet hers, and he spoke no word of interruption. He sat looking down at his hands, turning them over slowly, inspecting first palms and then backs, as though he had never seen them before. Despite hard work, they were still slender and sensitive-looking, and remarkably well-tended for a farmer's hands. His bowed head and silence disturbed her a little, and she redoubled her efforts to make the mill sound attractive. She brought to bear, too, all the charm of smile and glance she possessed, but they were wasted, for he didn't raise his eyes. If he would only look at her! She made no mention of the information Will had given her of Ashley's determination to go north, and spoke with the outward assumption that no obstacle stood in the way of his agreement with her plan. Still, he didn't speak, and finally her words trailed into silence. There was a determined squareness about his slender shoulders that alarmed her. Surely he wouldn't refuse. What earthly reason could he have for refusing? Ashley, she began again, and paused. She had not intended using her pregnancy as an argument, had shrunk from the thought of Ashley even seeing her so bloated and ugly, but as her other persuasions seemed to have made no impression, she decided to use it and her helplessness as a last card. You must come to Atlanta. I do need your help so badly now, because I can't look after the mills. It may be months before I can, because, you see, well, because... Please, he said roughly. Good God, Scarlett! He rose and went abruptly to the window and stood with his back to her, watching the solemn single file of ducks parade across the barnyard. Is that why you won't look at me? She questioned forlornly. I know I look. He swung around in a flash, and his gray eyes met hers with an intensity that made her hands go to her throat. Damn your looks, he said with swift violence. You know you always look beautiful to me. Happiness flooded her, until her eyes were liquid with tears. How sweet of you to say that, for I was so ashamed to let you see me. You? Ashamed? Why should you be ashamed? I'm the one to feel shame, and I do. If it hadn't been for my stupidity, you wouldn't be in this fix. You'd never have married Frank. I should never have let you leave Tara last winter. Oh, fool that I was. I should have known you were desperate, so desperate that you'd... I should have... His face went haggard. Scarlett's heart beat wildly. She was regretting that he had not run away with her. The least I could have done was go out and commit highway robbery or murder to get the tax money for you when you had taken us in as beggars. Oh, I messed it up all the way around. Her heart contracted with disappointment, and some of the happiness went from her, for these were not the words she hoped to hear. "I would have gone anyway," she said tiredly. "I couldn't have let you do anything like that. And anyway, it's done now." "Yes, it's done now," he said with slow bitterness. "You wouldn't have let me do anything dishonorable, but you would sell yourself to a man you didn't love, and bear his child so that my family and I wouldn't starve. It was kind of you to shelter my helplessness." The edge in his voice spoke of a raw, unhealed wound that ached within him, and his words brought shame to her eyes. He was swift to see it, and his face changed to gentleness. "You didn't think I was blaming you? Dear God, Scarlett, no. You are the bravest woman I've ever known. It's myself I'm blaming." He turned and looked out of the window again, and the shoulders presented to her gaze did not look quite so square. Scarlett waited a long moment in silence, hoping that Ashley would return to the mood in which he spoke of her beauty, hoping he would say more words that she could treasure. It had been so long since she had seen him, and she had lived on memories until they were worn thin. She knew he still loved her. That fact was evident in every line of him, in every bitter, self-condemnatory word, in his resentment at her bearing Frank's child. She so longed to hear him say it in words, longed to speak words herself that would provoke a confession, but she dared not. She remembered her promise given last winter in the orchard, that she would never again throw herself at his head. Sadly, she knew that promise must be kept if Ashley were to remain near her. One cry from her of love and longing, one look that pleaded for his arms, and the matter would be settled forever. Ashley would surely go to New York, and he must not go away. "Oh, Ashley, don't blame yourself. How could it be your fault? You will come to Atlanta and help me, won't you?" "No." "But, Ashley—" Her voice was beginning to break with anguish and disappointment. "But I'd counted on you. I do need you so. Frank can't help me. He's so busy with the store. And if you don't come, I don't know where I can get a man. Everybody in Atlanta who's smart is busy with his own affairs, and the others are so incompetent and—" "It's no use, Scarlett." "You mean you'd rather go to New York and live among Yankees than come to Atlanta?" "Who told you that?" He turned and faced her, faint annoyance wrinkling his forehead. "Will?" "Yes. I've decided to go north. An old friend who made the grand tour with me before the war has offered me a position in his father's bank. It's better so, Scarlett. I'd be no good to you. I know nothing of the lumber business." "But you know less about banking, and it's much harder. And I know I'd make far more allowances for your inexperience than Yankees would." He winced, and she knew she had said the wrong thing. He turned and looked out of the window again. "I don't want allowances made for me. I want to stand on my own feet for what I'm worth. What have I done with my life up till now? It's time I made something of myself. I went down through my own fault. I've been your pensioner too long already." "But I'm offering you a half interest in the mill, Ashley. You would be standing on your own feet, because, you see, it would be your own business." "It would amount to the same thing. I'd not be buying the half interest, I'd be taking it as a gift. And I've taken too many gifts from you already, Scarlett. Food and shelter, and even clothes for myself and Melanie and the baby. And I've given you nothing in return." "Oh, but you have. Will couldn't—" "I can split kindling very nicely now." "Oh, Ashley!" she cried despairingly, tears in her eyes at the jeering note in his voice. "What has happened to you since I've been gone? You sound so hard and bitter. You didn't used to be this way." "What's happened?" "A very remarkable thing, Scarlett. I've been thinking. I don't believe I really thought from the time of the surrender until you went away from here. I was in a state of suspended animation, and it was enough that I had something to eat and a bed to lie on. But when you went to Atlanta, shouldering a man's burden, I saw myself as much less than a man, much less, indeed, than a woman. Such thoughts aren't pleasant to live with, and I do not intend to live with them any longer. Other men came out of the war with less than I had, and look at them now. So I'm going to New York. But I don't understand. If it's work you want, why won't Atlanta do as well as New York? And my meal... No, Scarlett. This is my last chance. I'll go north. If I go to Atlanta and work for you, I'm lost forever. The word lost, lost, lost dinged frighteningly in her heart like a death bell sounding. Her eyes went quickly to his, but they were wide and crystal gray, and they were looking through her and beyond her at some fate she could not see, could not understand. Lost? Do you mean... Have you done something the Atlanta Yankees can get you for? I mean, about helping Tony get away, or Ashley, you aren't in the Ku Klux, are you? His remote eyes came back to her swiftly, and he smiled a brief smile that never reached his eyes. I had forgotten you were so literal. No, it's not the Yankees I'm afraid of. I mean, if I go to Atlanta and take help from you again, I bury forever any hope of ever standing alone. Oh, she sighed in quick relief. If it's only that... Yes. And he smiled again, the smile more wintry than before. Only that. Only my masculine pride, my self-respect, and if you choose to so call it, my immortal soul. But she swung around on another tack. You could gradually buy the mill from me, and it would be your own, and then... Scarlett, he interrupted fiercely, I tell you, no. There are other reasons. What reasons? You know my reasons better than anyone in the world. Oh, that? But that'll be all right, she assured swiftly. I promised, you know, out in the orchard last winter, and I'll keep my promise and... Then you are surer of yourself than I am. I could not count on myself to keep such a promise. I should not have said that, but I had to make you understand. Scarlett, I will not talk of this any more. It's finished. When Will and Sue Ellen marry, I'm going to New York. His eyes, wide and stormy, met hers for an instant, and then he went swiftly across the room. His hand was on the doorknob. Scarlett stared at him in agony. The interview was ended, and she had lost. Suddenly, weak from the strain and sorrow of the day and the present disappointment, her nerves broke abruptly, and she screamed, "Oh, Ashley!" And flinging herself down on the sagging sofa, she burst into wild crying. She heard his uncertain footsteps leaving the door and his helpless voice saying her name over and over above her head. There was a swift pattering of feet racing up the hall from the kitchen, and Melanie burst into the room, her eyes wide with alarm. "Scarlett, the baby isn't—" Scarlett burrowed her head in the dusty upholstery and screamed again. "Ashley, he's so mean, so doggone mean, so hateful." "Oh, Ashley, what have you done to her?" Melanie threw herself on the floor beside the sofa and gathered Scarlett into her arms. "What have you said? How could you? You might bring on the baby. There, my darling, put your head on Melanie's shoulder. What is wrong?" "Ashley, he's so bullheaded and hateful. Ashley, I'm surprised at you. upsetting her so much and in her condition, and Mr. O'Hara hardly in his grave. "Don't you fuss at him," cried Scarlett illogically, raising her head abruptly from Melanie's shoulder, her coarse black hair tumbling out from its net, and her face streaked with tears. "He's got a right to do as he pleases." "Melanie," said Ashley, his face white. "Let me explain. Scarlett was kind enough to offer me a position in Atlanta as manager of one of her mills." "Manager?" cried Scarlett indignantly. "I offered him a half-interest, and he—" "And I told her I had already made arrangements for us to go north, and she—" "Oh," cried Scarlett, beginning to sob again, "I told him how much I needed him, how I couldn't get anybody to manage the mill, how I was going to have this baby, and he refused to come. And now I'll have to sell the mill, and I know I can't get anything like a good price for it, and I'll lose money. And I guess maybe we'll starve. But he won't care. He's so mean." She burrowed her head back into Melanie's thin shoulder, and some of the real anguish went from her as a flicker of hope woke in her. She could sense that in Melanie's devoted heart she had an ally. Feel Melanie's indignation that anyone, even her beloved husband, should make Scarlett cry. Melanie flew at Ashley like a small, determined dove and pecked him for the first time in her life. "Ashley, how could you refuse her? And after all she's done for us. How ungrateful you make us appear. And she's so helpless now with the babe. How unchivalrous of you. She helped us when we needed help, and now you deny her when she needs you." Scarlett peeped slyly at Ashley, and saw surprise and uncertainty plain in his face as he looked into Melanie's dark, indignant eyes. Scarlett was surprised, too, at the vigor of Melanie's attack, for she knew Melanie considered her husband beyond wifely reproaches, and thought his decision second only to God's. "Melanie," he began, and then threw out his hands helplessly. "Ashley, how can you hesitate? Think what she's done for us, for me. I'd have died in Atlanta when Bo came if it hadn't been for her. And yes, she killed a Yankee defending us. Did you know that? She killed a man for us. And she worked and slaved before you and Will came home just to keep food in our mouths. And when I think of her plowing and picking cotton, I could just... Oh, my darling." And she swooped her head and kissed Scarlett's tumbled hair in fierce loyalty. "And now the first time she asks us to do something for her, you don't need to tell me what she has done for us. And Ashley, just think, besides helping her, just think what it'll mean for us to live in Atlanta among our own people and not have to live with Yankees. There'll be Auntie and Uncle Henry and all our friends, and Bo can have lots of playmates and go to school. If we went north, we couldn't let him go to school and associate with Yankee children and have pickaninnies in his class. We'd have to have a governess, and I don't see how we'd afford—" "Melanie," said Ashley, and his voice was deadly quiet. "Do you really want to go to Atlanta so badly? You never said so when we talked about going to New York. You never intimated." "Oh, but when we talked about going to New York, I thought there was nothing for you in Atlanta, and besides, it wasn't my place to say anything. It's a wife's duty to go where her husband goes. But now that Scarlett needs us so and has a position that only you can fill, we can go home. Home." Her voice was rapturous as she squeezed Scarlett. "And I'll see Five Points again, and Peachtree Road, and oh, how I've missed them all. And maybe we could have a little home of our own. I wouldn't care how little and tacky it was, but a home of our own." Her eyes blazed with enthusiasm and happiness, and the two stared at her, Ashley with a queer, stunned look, Scarlett with surprise mingled with shame. It had never occurred to her that Melanie missed Atlanta so much and longed to be back, longed for a home of her own. It seemed so contented at Tara, it came to Scarlett as a shock that she was homesick. "Oh, Scarlett, how good of you to plan all this for us. You knew how I longed for home." As usual, when confronted by Melanie's habit of attributing worthy motives where no worth existed, Scarlett was ashamed and irritated, and suddenly she couldn't meet either Ashley's or Melanie's eyes. "We could get a little house of our own. Do you realize that we've been married 5 years and never had a home?" "You can stay with us at Aunt Pitty's. That's your home," mumbled Scarlett, toying with a pillow and keeping her eyes down to hide dawning triumph in them as she felt the tide turning her way. "No, but thank you just the same, darling. That would crowd us so. We'll get us a house. Oh, Ashley, do say yes." "Scarlett," said Ashley, and his voice was toneless. "Look at me." Startled, she looked up and met gray eyes that were bitter and full of tired futility. "Scarlett, I will come to Atlanta. I cannot fight you both." He turned and walked out of the room. Some of the triumph in her heart was dulled by a nagging fear. The look in his eyes when he spoke had been the same as when he said he would be lost forever if he came to Atlanta. After Sue Ellen and Will married, and Corinne went off to Charleston to the convent, Ashley, Melanie, and Beau came to Atlanta, bringing Dilsey with them to cook and nurse. Prissy and Pork were left at Tara until such a time as Will could get other darkies to help him in the fields, and then they, too, would come to town. The little brick house that Ashley took for his family was on Ivy Street, directly behind Aunt Pitty's house, and the two backyards ran together, divided only by a ragged, overgrown privet hedge. Melanie had chosen it especially for this reason. She said, on the first morning of her return to Atlanta, as she laughed and cried and embraced Scarlett and Aunt Pitty, she had been separated from her loved ones for so long that she could never be close enough to them again. The house had originally been 2 stories high, but the upper floor had been destroyed by shells during the siege, and the owner, returning after the surrender, had lacked the money to replace it. He had contented himself with putting a flat roof on the remaining first floor, which gave the building the squat, disproportionate look of a child's playhouse built of shoeboxes. The house was high from the ground, built over a large cellar, and the long sweeping flight of stairs which reached it made it look slightly ridiculous. But the flat, squashed look of the place was partly redeemed by the 2 fine old oaks which shaded it, and a dusty-leaved magnolia, splotched with white blossoms, standing beside the front steps. The lawn was wide and green with thick clover, and bordering it was a straggling, unkempt privet hedge, interlaced with sweet-smelling honeysuckle vines. Here and there in the grass, roses threw out sprangles from crushed old stems, and pink and white crepe myrtle bloomed as valiantly as if war had not passed over their heads and Yankee horses gnawed their boughs. Scarlett thought it quite the ugliest dwelling she had ever seen, but to Melanie, 12 Oaks in all its grandeur had not been more beautiful. It was home, and she and Ashley and Beau were at last together under their own roof. India Wilkes came back from Macon, where she and Honey had lived since 1864, and took up residence with her brother, crowding the occupants of the little house. But Ashley and Melanie welcomed her. Times had changed, money was scarce, but nothing had altered the rule of Southern life that families always made room gladly for indigent or unmarried female relatives. Honey had married, and, so India said, married beneath her, a coarse Westerner from Mississippi who had settled in Macon. He had a red face and a loud voice and jolly ways. India had not approved of the match, and, not approving, had not been happy in her brother-in-law's home. She welcomed the news that Ashley now had a home of his own, so she could remove herself from uncongenial surroundings and also from the distressing sight of her sister so fatuously happy with a man unworthy of her. The rest of the family privately thought that the giggling and simple-minded Honey had done far better than could be expected, and they marveled that she had caught any man. Her husband was a gentleman and a man of some means, but to India, born in Georgia and reared in Virginia traditions, anyone not from the eastern seaboard was a boor and a barbarian. Probably Honey's husband was as happy to be relieved of her company as she was to leave him, for India was not easy to live with these days. The mantle of spinsterhood was definitely on her shoulders now. She was 25 and looked it, and so there was no longer any need for her to try to be attractive. Her pale, lashless eyes looked directly and uncompromisingly upon the world, and her thin lips were ever set in haughty tightness. There was an air of dignity and pride about her now that, oddly enough, became her better than the determined girlish sweetness of her days at 12 Oaks. The position she held was almost that of a widow. Everyone knew that Stuart Tarleton would have married her had he not been killed at Gettysburg, and so she was accorded the respect due a woman who had been wanted, if not wed. The 6 rooms of the little house on Ivy Street were soon scantily furnished with the cheapest pine and oak furniture in Frank's store, for as Ashley was penniless and forced to buy on credit, he refused anything except the least expensive and bought only the barest necessities. This embarrassed Frank, who was fond of Ashley, and it distressed Scarlett. Both she and Frank would willingly have given, without any charge, the finest mahogany and carved rosewood in the store. But the Wilkses obstinately refused. Their house was painfully ugly and bare, and Scarlett hated to see Ashley living in the uncarpeted, uncurtained rooms. But he didn't seem to notice his surroundings, and Melanie, having her own home for the first time since her marriage, was so happy she was actually proud of the place. Scarlett would have suffered agonies of humiliation at having friends find her without draperies and carpets and cushions and the proper number of chairs and teacups and spoons. But Melanie did the honors of her house as though plush curtains and brocade sofas were hers. For all her obvious happiness, Melanie was not well. Little Beau had cost her her health, and the hard work she had done at Tara since his birth had taken further toll of her strength. She was so thin that her small bones seemed ready to come through her white skin. Seen from a distance, romping about the backyard with her child, she looked like a little girl, for her waist was unbelievably tiny, and she had practically no figure. She had no bust, and her hips were as flat as little Beau's. And as she had neither the pride nor the good sense, so Scarlett thought, to sew ruffles in the bosom of her basque, or pads on the back of her corsets, her thinness was very obvious. Like her body, her face was too thin and too pale, and her silky brows, arched and delicate as a butterfly's feelers, stood out too blackly against her colorless skin. In her small face, her eyes were too large for beauty, the dark smudges under them making them appear enormous, but the expression in them had not altered since the days of her unworried girlhood. War and constant pain and hard work had been powerless against their sweet tranquility. They were the eyes of a happy woman, a woman around whom storms might blow without ever ruffling the serene core of her being. How did she keep her eyes that way, thought Scarlett, looking at her enviously. She knew her own eyes sometimes had the look of a hungry cat. What was it Rhett had said once about Melanie's eyes? Some foolishness about them being like candles. Oh, yes, like 2 good deeds in a naughty world. Yes, they were like candles. Candles shielded from every wind. Two soft lights glowing with happiness at being home again among her friends. The house was always full of company. Melanie had been a favorite even as a child, and the town flocked to welcome her home again. Everyone brought presents for the house, bric-a-brac, pictures, a silver spoon or two, linen pillowcases, napkins, rag rugs, small articles which they had saved from Sherman and treasured, but which they now swore were of no earthly use to them. Old men who had campaigned in Mexico with her father came to see her, bringing visitors to meet old Colonel Hamilton's sweet daughter. Her mother's old friends clustered about her, for Melanie had a respectful deference to her elders that was very soothing to dowagers in these wild days when young people seemed to have forgotten all their manners. Her contemporaries, the young wives, mothers, and widows, loved her because she had suffered what they had suffered, had not become embittered, and always lent them a sympathetic ear. The young people came as young people always come, simply because they had a good time at her house, and met there the friends they wanted to meet. Around Melanie's tactful and self-effacing person, there rapidly grew up a clique of young and old who represented what was left of the best of Atlanta's antebellum society, all poor in purse, all proud in family, diehards of the stoutest variety. It was as if Atlanta society, scattered and wrecked by war, depleted by death, bewildered by change, had found in her an unyielding nucleus about which it could reform. Melanie was young, but she had in her all the qualities this embattled remnant prized: poverty and pride in poverty, uncomplaining courage, gaiety, hospitality, kindness, and above all, loyalty to all the old traditions. Melanie refused to change, refused even to admit that there was any reason to change in a changing world. Under her roof, the old days seemed to come back again, and people took heart, and felt even more contemptuous of the tide of wild life and high living that was sweeping the carpetbaggers and newly rich Republicans along. When they looked into her young face and saw there the inflexible loyalty to the old days, they could forget, for a moment, the traitors within their own class who were causing fury, fear, and heartbreak. And there were many such. There were men of good family, driven to desperation by poverty, who had gone over to the enemy, become Republicans and accepted positions from the conquerors so their families would not be on charity. There were young ex-soldiers who lacked the courage to face the long years necessary to build up fortunes. These youngsters, following the lead of Rhett Butler, went hand in hand with the carpetbaggers in money-making schemes of unsavory kinds. Worst of all the traitors were the daughters of some of Atlanta's most prominent families. These girls who had come to maturity since the surrender had only childish memories of the war and lacked the bitterness that animated their elders. They had lost no husbands, no lovers. They had few recollections of past wealth and splendor. And the Yankee officers were so handsome and finely dressed and so carefree. And they gave such splendid balls and drove such fine horses and simply worshipped Southern girls. They treated them like queens and were so careful not to injure their touchy pride, and, after all, why not associate with them? They were so much more attractive than the town swains who dressed so shabbily and were so serious and worked so hard that they had little time for play. So there had been a number of elopements with Yankee officers which broke the hearts of Atlanta families. There were brothers who passed sisters on the streets and didn't speak, and mothers and fathers who never mentioned daughters' names. Remembering these tragedies, a cold dread ran in the veins of those whose motto was "No surrender," a dread which the very sight of Melanie's soft but unyielding face dispelled. She was, as the dowagers said, such an excellent and wholesome example to the young girls of the town. And because she made no parade of her virtues, the young girls didn't resent her. It never occurred to Melanie that she was becoming the leader of a new society. She only thought that people were nice to come to see her, and to want her in their little sewing circles, cotillion clubs, and musical societies. Atlanta had always been musical and loved good music, despite the sneering comments of sister cities of the South concerning the town's lack of culture. And there was now an enthusiastic resurrection of interest that grew stronger as the times grew harder and more tense. It was easier to forget the impudent black faces in the streets and the blue uniforms of the garrison while they were listening to music. Melanie was a little embarrassed to find herself at the head of the newly formed Saturday night musical circle. She couldn't account for her elevation to this position except by the fact that she could accompany anyone on the piano, even the Mrs. McClure, who were tone-deaf, but who would sing duets. The truth of the matter was that Melanie had diplomatically managed to amalgamate the Lady Harpists, the Gentlemen's Glee Club, and the Young Ladies' Mandolin and Guitar Society with the Saturday night musical circle, so that now Atlanta had music worth listening to. In fact, the circle's rendition of The Bohemian Girl was said by many to be far superior to professional performances heard in New York and New Orleans. It was after she had maneuvered the Lady Harpists into the fold that Mrs. Merriweather said to Mrs. Meade and Mrs. Whiting that they must have Melanie at the head of the circle. If she could get on with the Harpists, she could get on with anyone, Mrs. Merriweather declared. That lady herself played the organ for the choir at the Methodist Church, and as an organist had scant respect for harps or harpists. Melanie had also been made secretary for both the Association for the Beautification of the Graves of Our Glorious Dead and the Sewing Circle for the Widows and Orphans of the Confederacy. This new honor came to her after an exciting joint meeting of those societies which threatened to end in violence and the severance of lifelong ties of friendship. The question had arisen at the meeting as to whether or not weeds should be removed from the graves of the Union soldiers near those of Confederate soldiers. The appearance of the scraggly Yankee mounds defeated all the efforts of the ladies to beautify those of their own dead. Immediately the fires which smoldered beneath tight basques flamed wildly, and the two organizations split up and glared hostilely. The sewing circle was in favor of the removal of the weeds. The ladies of the beautification were violently opposed. Mrs. Meade expressed the views of the latter group when she said, "Dig up the weeds off Yankee graves. For 2 cents, I'll dig up all the Yankees and throw them in a city dump." At these ringing words, the two associations arose, and every lady spoke her mind, and no one listened. The meeting was being held in Mrs. Merriweather's parlor, and Grandpa Merriweather, who had been banished to the kitchen, reported afterwards that the noise sounded just like the opening guns of the Battle of Franklin. And he added, he guessed it. Somehow Melanie made her way to the center of the excited throng, and somehow made her usually soft voice heard above the tumult. Her heart was in her throat with fright at daring to address the indignant gathering, and her voice shook, but she kept crying, "Ladies, please," till the din died down. "I want to say, I've thought for a long time that not only should we pull up the weeds, but we should plant flowers on... I don't care what you think, but every time I go to take flowers to dear Charlie's grave, I always put some on the grave of an unknown Yankee, which is nearby. It looks so forlorn." The excitement broke out again in louder words, and this time the two organizations merged and spoke as one. "On Yankee graves! Oh, Melly, how could you? And they killed Charlie. They almost killed you. Why, the Yankees might have killed Bo when he was born. They tried to burn you out of terror." Melanie held on to the back of her chair for support, almost crumpling beneath the weight of a disapproval she had never known before. "Oh, ladies!" she cried, pleading. "Please, let me finish. I know I haven't the right to speak on this matter, for none of my loved ones were killed except Charlie, and I know where he lies, thank God. But there are so many among us today who do not know where their sons and husbands and brothers are buried, and—" She choked, and there was a dead silence in the room. Mrs. Meade's flaming eyes went somber. She had made the long trip to Gettysburg after the battle to bring back Darcy's body, but no one had been able to tell her where he was buried. Somewhere in some hastily dug trench in the enemy's country. And Mrs. Allen's mouth quivered. Her husband and brother had been on that ill-starred raid Morgan made into Ohio, and the last information she had of them was that they fell on the banks of the river just as the Yankee cavalry stormed up. She didn't know where they lay. Mrs. Allison's son had died in a northern prison camp, and she, the poorest of the poor, was unable to bring his body home. There were others who had read on casualty lists, "Missing, believed dead," and in those words had learned the last news they were ever to learn of men they had seen march away. They turned to Melanie with eyes that said, "Why do you open these wounds again? These are the wounds that never heal, the wounds of not knowing where they lie." Melanie's voice gathered strength in the stillness of the room. "Their graves are somewhere up in the Yankees' country, just like the Yankee graves are here, and oh, how awful it would be to know that some Yankee woman said to dig them up and—" Mrs. Meade made a small, dreadful sound. "But how nice it would be to know that some good Yankee woman— and there must be some good Yankee women. I don't care what people say. They can't all be bad. How nice it would be to know that they pulled weeds off our men's graves and brought flowers to them, even if they were enemies. If Charlie were dead in the North, it would comfort me to know that someone— and I don't care what you ladies think of me." Her voice broke again. "I will withdraw from both clubs, and I'll pull up every weed off every Yankee's grave I can find, and I'll plant flowers, too, and I just dare anyone to stop me." With this final defiance, Melanie burst into tears and tried to make her stumbling way to the door. Grandpa Merriweather, safe in the masculine confines of the Girl of the Period saloon an hour later, reported to Uncle Henry Hamilton that after these words everybody cried and embraced Melanie, and it all ended up in a love feast, and Melanie was made secretary of both organizations. "And they're going to pull up the weeds. The hell of it is, Dolly said I'd be only too pleased to help do it, 'cause I didn't have anything much else to do. I got nothing against the Yankees, and I think Miss Mellie was right, and the rest of those lady wildcats wrong. But the idea of me pulling weeds at my time of life and with my lumbago—" Melanie was on the board of lady managers of the Orphans' Home and assisted in the collection of books for the newly formed Young Men's Library Association. Even the thespians who gave amateur plays once a month clamored for her. She was too timid to appear behind the kerosene lamp footlights, but she could make costumes out of croaker sacks if they were the only material available. It was she who cast the deciding vote at the Shakespeare Reading Circle that the bard's work should be varied with those of Mr. Dickens and Mr. Bulwer Lytton, and not the poems of Lord Byron, as had been suggested by a young, and Melanie privately feared, very fast bachelor member of the circle. In the nights of the late summer, her small, feebly lighted house was always full of guests. There were never enough chairs to go around, and frequently ladies sat on the steps of the front porch, with men grouped about them on the banisters, on packing boxes, or on the lawn below. Sometimes, when Scarlett saw guests sitting on the grass, sipping tea, the only refreshments the Wilkses could afford. She wondered how Melanie could bring herself to expose her poverty so shamelessly. Until Scarlett was able to furnish Aunt Pitty's house as it had been before the war, and serve her guests good wine and juleps and baked ham and cold haunches of venison, she had no intention of having guests in her home, especially prominent guests such as Melanie had. General John B. Gordon, Georgia's great hero, was frequently there with his family. Father Ryan, the poet-priest of the Confederacy, never failed to call when passing through Atlanta. He charmed gatherings there with his wit, and seldom needed much urging to recite the Sword of Lee or his deathless Concord Banner, which never failed to make the ladies cry. Alex Stevens, late vice president of the Confederacy, visited whenever in town, and when the word went about that he was at Melanie's, the house was filled, and people sat for hours under the spell of the frail invalid with the ringing voice. Usually there were a dozen children present, nodding sleepily in their parents' arms, up hours after their normal bedtime. No family wanted its children to miss being able to say, in after years, that they had been kissed by the great vice president, or had shaken the hand that helped to guide the cause. Every person of importance who came to town found his way to the Wilkes home, and often they spent the night there. It crowded the little flat-topped house, forced India to sleep on a pallet in the cubbyhole that was Beau's nursery, and sent Dilsey speeding through the back hedge to borrow breakfast eggs from Aunt Pitty's cookie. But Melanie entertained them as graciously as if hers was a mansion. No, it did not occur to Melanie that people rallied round her, as round a worn and loved standard. And so she was both astounded and embarrassed when Dr. Meade, after a pleasant evening at her house, where he acquitted himself nobly in reading the part of Macbeth, kissed her hand and made observations in the voice he once used in speaking of our glorious cause. "My dear Miss Melly, it is always a privilege and a pleasure to be in your home, for you, and ladies like you, are the hearts of all of us, all that we have left. They have taken the flower of our manhood and the laughter of our young women. They have broken our health, uprooted our lives, and unsettled our habits. They have ruined our prosperity, set us back 50 years, and placed too heavy a burden on the shoulders of our boys who should be in school, and our old men who should be sleeping in the sun. But we will build back, because we have hearts like yours to build upon. And as long as we have them, the Yankees can have the rest." Until Scarlett's figure reached such proportions that even Aunt Pitty's big black shawl did not conceal her condition, she and Frank frequently slipped through the back hedge to join the summer night gatherings on Melanie's porch. Scarlett always sat well out of the light, hidden in the protecting shadows, where she was not only inconspicuous, but could, unobserved, watch Ashley's face to her heart's content. It was only Ashley who drew her to the house, for the conversations bored and saddened her. They always followed a set pattern: first, hard times, next, the political situation, and then, inevitably, the war. The ladies bewailed the high prices of everything and asked the gentlemen if they thought good times would ever come back. And the omniscient gentleman always said, indeed they would. Merely a matter of time. Hard times were just temporary. The ladies knew the gentlemen were lying, and the gentlemen knew the ladies knew they were lying. But they lied cheerfully, just the same, and the ladies pretended to believe them. Everyone knew hard times were here to stay. Once the hard times were disposed of, the ladies spoke of the increasing impudence of the Negroes, and the outrages of the carpetbaggers, and the humiliation of having the Yankee soldiers loafing on every corner. Did the gentlemen think the Yankees would ever get through with reconstructing Georgia? The reassuring gentlemen thought Reconstruction would be over in no time. That is, just as soon as the Democrats could vote again. The ladies were considerate enough not to ask when this would be. And having finished with politics, the talk about the war began. Whenever two former Confederates met anywhere, there was never but one topic of conversation, and where a dozen or more gathered together, it was a foregone conclusion that the war would be spiritedly refought. And always the word "if" had the most prominent part in the talk. If England had recognized us, if Jeff Davis had commandeered all the cotton and gotten it to England before the blockade tightened, if Longstreet had obeyed orders at Gettysburg, if Jeb Stuart hadn't been away on that raid when Marse Bob needed him, if we hadn't lost Stonewall Jackson, if Vicksburg hadn't fallen, if we could have held on another year, and always, if they hadn't replaced Johnston with Hood, or if they put Hood in command at Dalton instead of Johnston, if. The soft, drawling voices quickened with an old excitement as they talked in the quiet darkness. Infantryman, cavalryman, cannoneer, evoking memories of the days when life was ever at high tide, recalling the fierce heat of their midsummer and this forlorn sunset of their winter. They don't talk of anything else, thought Scarlett. Nothing but the war, always the war. And they'll never talk of anything but the war. No, not until they die. She looked about, seeing little boys lying in the crooks of their fathers' arms, breath coming fast, eyes glowing, as they heard of midnight sorties and wild cavalry dashes and flags planted on enemy breastworks. They were hearing drums and bugles and the rebel yell, seeing footsore men going by in the rain with torn flags slanting. And these children will never talk of anything else either. They'll think it was wonderful and glorious to fight the Yankees and come home blind and crippled, or not come home at all. They all like to remember the war, to talk about it. But I don't. I don't even like to think about it. I'd forget it all if I could. Oh, if I only could. She listened with flesh crawling as Melanie told tales of Tara, making Scarlett a heroine as she faced the invaders and saved Charles's sword, bragging how Scarlett had put out the fire. Scarlett took no pleasure or pride in the memory of these things. She didn't want to think of them at all. Oh, why can't they forget? Why can't they look forward and not back? We were fools to fight that war, and the sooner we forget it, the better we'll be. But no one wanted to forget. No one, it seemed, except herself. So Scarlett was glad when she could truthfully tell Melanie that she was embarrassed at appearing, even in the darkness. This explanation was readily understood by Melanie, who was hypersensitive about all matters relating to childbirth. Melanie wanted another baby badly, but both Dr. Meade and Dr. Fontaine had said another child would cost her life. So, only half resigned to her fate, she spent most of her time with Scarlett, vicariously enjoying a pregnancy not her own. To Scarlett, scarcely wanting her coming child, and irritated at its untimeliness, this attitude seemed the height of sentimental stupidity. But she had a guilty sense of pleasure that the doctor's edict had made impossible any real intimacy between Ashley and his wife. Scarlett saw Ashley frequently now, but she never saw him alone. He came by the house every night on his way home from the mill to report on the day's work. But Frank and Pitty were usually present, or worse still, Melanie and India. She could only ask business-like questions and make suggestions, and then say, "It was nice of you to come by. Good night." If only she wasn't having a baby! Here was a God-given opportunity to ride out to the mill with him every morning, through the lonely woods, far from prying eyes, where they could imagine themselves back in the county again, in the unhurried days before the war. No, she wouldn't try to make him say one word of love. She wouldn't refer to love in any way. She'd sworn an oath to herself that she would never do that again. But perhaps, if she were alone with him once more, he might drop that mask of impersonal courtesy he had worn since coming to Atlanta. Perhaps he might be his old self again, be the Ashley she had known before the barbecue, before any word of love had been spoken between them. If they couldn't be lovers, they could be friends again, and she could warm her cold and lonely heart in the glow of his friendship. If only I could get this baby over and done with, she thought impatiently. Then I could ride with him every day and we could talk. It was not only the desire to be with him that made her writhe with helpless impatience at her confinement. The mills needed her. The mills had been losing money ever since she retired from active supervision, leaving Hugh and Ashley in charge. Hugh was so incompetent for all that he tried so hard. He was a poor trader and a poorer boss of labor. Anyone could Jew him down on prices. If any slick contractor chose to say that the lumber was of an inferior grade and not worth the price asked, Hugh felt that all a gentleman could do was to apologize and take a lower price. When she heard of the price he received for 1,000 feet of flooring, she burst into angry tears. The best grade of flooring the mill had ever turned out, and he'd practically given it away. And he couldn't manage his labor crews. The Negroes insisted on being paid every day, and they frequently got drunk on their wages and didn't turn up for work the next morning. On these occasions, Hugh was forced to hunt up new workmen, and the mill was late in starting. With these difficulties, Hugh didn't get into town to sell the lumber for days on end. Seeing the profit slip from Hugh's fingers, Scarlett became frenzied at her impotence and his stupidity. Just as soon as the baby was born and she could go back to work, she would get rid of Hugh and hire someone else. Anyone would do better. And she would never fool with free niggers again. How could anyone get any work done with free niggers quitting all the time? "Frank," she said after a stormy interview with Hugh over his missing workman, "I've about made up my mind that I'll lease convicts to work the mills. A while back I was talking to Johnny Gallagher, Tommy Welburn's foreman, about the trouble we were having getting any work out of the darkies, and he asked me why I didn't get convicts. It sounds like a good idea to me. He said I could sublease them for next to nothing and feed them dirt cheap. And he said I could get work out of them in any way I liked, without having the Freedmen's Bureau swarming down on me like hornets, sticking their bills into things that aren't any of their business. And just as soon as Johnny Gallagher's contract with Tommy is up, I'm going to hire him to run Hugh's mill. Any man who can get work out of that bunch of wild Irish he bosses can certainly get plenty of work out of convicts." Convicts? Frank was speechless. Leasing convicts was the very worst of all the wild schemes Scarlett had ever suggested. Worse even than her notion of building a saloon. At least, it seemed worse to Frank and the conservative circles in which she moved. This new system of leasing convicts had come into being because of the poverty of the state after the war. Unable to support the convicts, the state was hiring them out to those needing large labor crews in the building of railroads, in turpentine forests and lumber camps. While Frank and his quiet church-going friends realized the necessity of the system, they deplored it just the same. Many of them had not even believed in slavery, and they thought this was far worse than slavery had ever been. And Scarlett wanted to lease convicts. Frank knew that if she did, he could never hold up his head again. This was far worse than owning and operating the mills herself, or anything else she had done. His past objections had always been coupled with the question, what will people say? But this went deeper than fear of public opinion. He felt it was a traffic in human bodies on a par with prostitution, a sin that would be on his soul if he permitted her to do it. From this conviction of wrongness, Frank gathered courage to forbid Scarlett to do such a thing, and so strong were his remarks that she, startled, relapsed into silence. Finally, to quiet him, she said meekly she hadn't really meant it. She was just so outdone with Hugh and the free niggers she had lost her temper. Secretly, she still thought about it, and with some longing. Convict labor would settle one of her hardest problems, but if Frank was going to take on so about it... She sighed. If even one of the mills were making money, she could stand it. But Ashley was faring little better with his mill than Hugh. At first, Scarlett was shocked and disappointed that Ashley didn't immediately take hold and make the mill pay double what it had paid under her management. He was so smart, and he had read so many books, and there was no reason at all why he should not make a brilliant success and lots of money. But he was no more successful than Hugh. His inexperience, his errors, his utter lack of business judgment, and his scruples about close dealing were the same as Hugh's. Scarlett's love hastily found excuses for him, and she didn't consider the two men in the same light. Hugh was just hopelessly stupid, while Ashley was merely new at the business. Still, unbidden, came the thought that Ashley could never make a quick estimate in his head and give a price that was correct, as she could. And she sometimes wondered if he'd ever learn to distinguish between planking and sills. And because he was a gentleman and himself trustworthy, he trusted every scoundrel who came along, and several times would have lost money for her if she had not tactfully intervened. And if he liked a person, and he seemed to like so many people, he sold them lumber on credit without ever thinking to find out if they had money in the bank or property. He was as bad as Frank in that respect. But surely he would learn. And while he was learning, she had a fond and maternal indulgence and patience for his errors. Every evening when he called at her house, weary and discouraged, she was tireless in her tactful, helpful suggestions. But for all her encouragement and cheer, there was a queer, dead look in his eyes. She couldn't understand it, and it frightened her. He was different, so different from the man he used to be. If only she could see him alone, perhaps she could discover the reason. The situation gave her many sleepless nights. She worried about Ashley, both because she knew he was unhappy and because she knew his unhappiness wasn't helping him to become a good lumber dealer. It was a torture to have her mills in the hands of two men with no more business sense than Hugh and Ashley. Heartbreaking to see her competitors taking her best customers away when she had worked so hard and planned so carefully for these helpless months. Oh, if she could only get back to work again! She would take Ashley in hand, and then he would certainly learn. And Johnny Gallagher could run the other mill, and she could handle the selling, and then everything would be fine. And as for Hugh, he could drive a delivery wagon if he still wanted to work for her. That was all he was good for. Of course, Gallagher looked like an unscrupulous man, for all of his smartness, but who else could she get? Why had the other men, who were both smart and honest, been so perverse about working for her? If she only had one of them working for her now in place of Hugh, she wouldn't have to worry so much, but Tommy Welburn, in spite of his crippled back, was the busiest contractor in town and coining money, so people said. Mrs. Merriweather and Renee were prospering, and now had opened a bakery downtown. Renee was managing it with true French thrift, and Grandpa Merriweather, glad to escape from his chimney corner, was driving Renee's pie wagon. The Simmons boys were so busy they were operating their brick kiln with 3 shifts of labor a day. And Kells Whiting was cleaning up money with his hair straightener, because he told the Negroes they wouldn't ever be permitted to vote the Republican ticket if they had kinky hair. It was the same with all the smart young men she knew, the doctors, the lawyers, the storekeepers. The apathy which had clutched them immediately after the war had completely disappeared, and they were too busy building their own fortunes to help her build hers. The ones who weren't busy were the men of Hugh's type, or Ashley's. What a mess it was to try to run a business and have a baby, too. I'll never have another one, she decided firmly. I'm not going to be like other women and have a baby every year. Good Lord, that would mean 6 months out of the year when I'd have to be away from the mills. And I see now I can't afford to be away from them even one day. I shall simply tell Frank that I won't have any more children. Frank wanted a big family, but she could manage Frank somehow. Her mind was made up. This was her last child. The mills were far more important. Chapter 42. Scarlett's child was a girl, a small, bald-headed mite, ugly as a hairless monkey, and absurdly like Frank. No one except the doting father could see anything beautiful about her, but the neighbors were charitable enough to say that all ugly babies turned out pretty, eventually. She was named Ella Lorena. Ella for her grandmother Ellen, and Lorena because it was the most fashionable name of the day for girls, even as Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson were popular for boys, and Abraham Lincoln and emancipation for Negro children. She was born in the middle of a week when frenzied excitement gripped Atlanta, and the air was tense with expectation of disaster. A Negro who had boasted of rape had actually been arrested. But before he could be brought to trial, the jail had been raided by the Ku Klux Klan, and he had been quietly hanged. The Klan had acted to save the as-yet unnamed victim from having to testify in open court. Rather than have her appear and advertise her shame, her father and brother would have shot her. So lynching the Negro seemed a sensible solution to the townspeople. In fact, the only decent solution possible. But the military authorities were in a fury. They saw no reason why the girl should mind testifying publicly. The soldiers made arrests right and left, swearing to wipe out the Klan if they had to put every white man in Atlanta in jail. The Negroes, frightened and sullen, muttered of retaliatory house burnings. The air was thick with rumors of wholesale hangings by the Yankees should the guilty parties be found, and of a concerted uprising against the whites by the Negroes. The people of the town stayed at home behind locked doors and shuttered windows, the men fearing to go to their businesses and leave their women and children unprotected. Scarlett, lying exhausted in bed, feebly and silently thanked God that Ashley had too much sense to belong to the Klan, and Frank was too old and poor-spirited. How dreadful it would be to know that the Yankees might swoop down and arrest them at any minute. Why didn't the crack-brained young fools in the Klan leave bad enough alone and not stir up the Yankees like this? Probably the girl hadn't been raped after all. Probably she'd just been frightened silly, and because of her, a lot of men might lose their lives. In this atmosphere, as nerve-straining as watching a slow fuse burn toward a barrel of gunpowder, Scarlett came rapidly back to strength. The healthy vigor which had carried her through the hard days at Tara stood her in good stead now, and within 2 weeks of Ella Lorena's birth, she was strong enough to sit up and chafe at her inactivity. In 3 weeks, she was up, declaring she had to see to the mills. They were standing idle because both Hugh and Ashley feared to leave their families alone all day. Then the blow fell. Frank, full of pride of new fatherhood, summoned up courage enough to forbid Scarlett leaving the house while conditions were so dangerous. His commands would not have worried her at all, and she would have gone about her business in spite of them, if he had not put her horse and buggy in the livery stable and ordered that they should not be surrendered to anyone except himself. To make matters worse, he and Mammy had patiently searched the house while she was ill and unearthed her hidden store of money, and Frank had deposited it in the bank in his own name, so now she could not even hire a rig. Scarlett raged at both Frank and Mammy, then was reduced to begging, and finally cried all one morning like a furious, thwarted child. But for all her pain she heard only, "There, sugar, you're just a sick little girl, and, Miss Scarlett, if you don't quit carrying on so, you gwine sour your milk and the baby have colic, sure as guns iron." In a furious temper, Scarlett charged through her backyard to Melanie's house, and there unburdened herself at the top of her voice, declaring she would walk to the mills. She would go about Atlanta telling everyone what a varmint she had married. She would not be treated like a naughty, simple-minded child. She would carry a pistol and shoot anyone who threatened her. She had shot one man, and she would love, yes, love, to shoot another. She would... Melanie, who feared to venture onto her own front porch, was appalled by such threats. "Oh, you must not risk yourself. I should die if anything happened to you. Oh, please. I will walk." Melanie looked at her and saw that this was not the hysteria of a woman still weak from childbirth. There was the same breakneck, headlong determination in Scarlett's face that Melanie had often seen in Gerald O'Hara's face when his mind was made up. She put her arms around Scarlett's waist and held her tightly. "It's all my fault for not being brave like you and for keeping Ashley at home with me all this time, when he should have been at the mill. Oh, dear, I'm such a ninny. Darling, I'll tell Ashley I'm not a bit frightened, and I'll come over and stay with you and Aunt Pitty, and he can go back to work, and—" Not even to herself would Scarlett admit that she didn't think Ashley could cope with the situation alone, and she shouted, "You'll do nothing of the kind. What earthly good would Ashley do at work if he was worried about you every minute? Everybody is just so hateful. Even Uncle Peter refuses to go out with me. But I don't care. I'll go alone. I'll walk every step of the way and pick up a crew of darkies somewhere." "Oh, no, you mustn't do that. Something dreadful might happen to you. They say that shantytown settlement on the Decatur Road is just full of mean darkies, and you'll have to pass right by it. Let me think. Darling, promise me you won't do anything today, and I'll think of something. Promise me you'll go home and lie down. You look right peaked. Promise me." Because she was too exhausted by her anger to do otherwise, Scarlett sulkily promised and went home, haughtily refusing any overtures of peace from her household. That afternoon, a strange figure stumped through Melanie's hedge and across Pitty's backyard. Obviously, he was one of those men whom Mammy and Dilsey referred to as the riff-raff what Miss Melly pick up off the streets and let sleep in her cellar. There were 3 rooms in the basement of Melanie's house, which formerly had been servants' quarters and a wine room. Now Dilsey occupied one, and the other 2 were in constant use by a stream of miserable and ragged transients. No one but Melanie knew whence they came or where they were going, and no one but she knew where she collected them. Perhaps the Negroes were right, and she did pick them up from the streets. But even as the great and the near-great gravitated to her small parlor, so unfortunates found their way to her cellar, where they were fed, bedded, and sent on their way with packages of food. Usually the occupants of the rooms were former Confederate soldiers of the rougher, illiterate type, homeless men, men without families, beating their way about the country in hope of finding work. Frequently, brown and withered countrywomen with broods of tow-haired silent children spent the night there, women widowed by the war, dispossessed of their farms, seeking relatives who were scattered and lost. Sometimes the neighborhood was scandalized by the presence of foreigners, speaking little or no English, who had been drawn south by glowing tales of fortunes easily made. Once a Republican had slept there. At least, Mammy insisted he was a Republican, saying she could smell a Republican, same as a horse could smell a rattlesnake. But no one believed Mammy's story, for there must be some limit even to Melanie's charity. At least everyone hoped so. Yes, thought Scarlett, sitting on the side porch in the pale November sunshine with a baby on her lap. He's one of Melanie's lame dogs. And he's really lame, at that. The man who was making his way across the backyard stumped like Will Benteen on a wooden leg. He was a tall, thin old man with a bald head, which shone pinkishly dirty, and a grizzled beard so long he could tuck it in his belt. He was over 60, to judge by his hard-seamed face, but there was no sag of age to his body. He was lank and ungainly, but even with his wooden peg he moved as swiftly as a snake. He mounted the steps and came toward her, And even before he spoke, revealing in his tones a twang and burring of R's unusual in the lowlands, Scarlett knew that he was mountain-born. For all his dirty, ragged clothes, there was about him, as about most mountaineers, an air of fierce, silent pride that permitted no liberties and tolerated no foolishness. His beard was stained with tobacco juice, and a large wad in his jaw made his face look deformed. His nose was thin and craggy, his eyebrows bushy and twisted into witches' locks, and a lush growth of hair sprang from his ears, giving them the tufted look of a lynx's ears. Beneath his brow was one hollow socket, from which a scar ran down his cheek, carving a diagonal line through his beard. The other eye was small, pale and cold, an unwinking and remorseless eye. There was a heavy pistol openly in his trouser band, and from the top of his tattered boot protruded the hilt of a bowie knife. He returned Scarlett's stare coldly and spat across the rail of the banister before he spoke. There was contempt in his one eye, not a personal contempt for her, but for her whole sex. "Miss Wilkes sent me to work for you," he said shortly. He spoke rustily, as one unaccustomed to speaking, the words coming slowly and almost with difficulty. "My name's Archie." "I'm sorry, but I have no work for you, Mr. Archie." "Archie's my first name." "I beg your pardon. What's your last name?" He spat again. "I reckon that's my business," he said. "Archie'll do." "I don't care what your last name is. I have nothing for you to do." "I reckon you have. Miss Wilkes was upset about your wanting to run around like a fool by yourself, and she sent me over here to drive around with you." "Indeed?" cried Scarlett, indignant both at the man's rudeness and Mellie's meddling. His one eye met hers with an impersonal animosity. "Yes, a woman's got no business bothering her menfolks when they're trying to take care of her. If you're bound to gad about, I'll drive you. I hate niggers. Yankees, too." He shifted his wad of tobacco to the other cheek, and, without waiting for an invitation, sat down on the top step. "I ain't saying I like driving women around, but Miss Wilkes been good to me, letting me sleep in her cellar. And she sent me to drive you." "But—" began Scarlett helplessly. And then she stopped and looked at him. After a moment she began to smile. She didn't like the looks of this elderly desperado, but his presence would simplify matters. With him beside her, she could go to town, drive to the mills, call on customers. No one could doubt her safety with him, and his very appearance was enough to keep from giving rise to scandal. "It's a bargain," she said. "That is, if my husband agrees." After a private conversation with Archie, Frank gave his reluctant approval and sent word to the livery stable to release the horse and buggy. He was hurt and disappointed that motherhood had not changed Scarlett, as he had hoped it would, but if she was determined to go back to her damnable... So began the relationship that at first startled Atlanta. Archie and Scarlett were a queerly assorted pair, the truculent, dirty old man with his wooden pegs sticking stiffly out over the dashboard, and the pretty, neatly dressed young woman with forehead puckered in an abstracted frown. They could be seen at all hours and at all places in and near Atlanta, seldom speaking to each other, obviously disliking each other, but bound together by mutual need, he of money, she of protection. At least, said the ladies of the town, it's better than riding around so brazenly with that butler man. They wondered curiously where Rhett was these days, for he had abruptly left town 3 months before, and no one, not even Scarlett, knew where he was. Archie was a silent man, never speaking unless spoken to, and usually answering with grunts. Every morning he came from Melanie's cellar and sat on the front steps of Pitty's house, chewing and spitting until Scarlett came out, and Peter brought the buggy from the stable. Uncle Peter feared him only a little less than the devil or the Ku Klux, and even Mammy walked silently and timorously around him. He hated Negroes, and they knew it, and feared him. He reinforced his pistol and knife with another pistol, and his fame spread far among the black population. He never once had to draw a pistol or even lay his hand on his belt. The moral effect was sufficient. No Negro dared even laugh while Archie was in hearing. Once Scarlett asked him curiously why he hated Negroes, and was surprised when he answered, for generally all questions were answered by, "I reckon that's my business. I hates them, like all mountain folks hates them. We never liked them, and we never owned none. It was them niggers that started the war. I hates them for that, too." "But you fought in the war." "I reckon that's a man's privilege. I hates Yankees, too, more'n I hates niggers. Most as much as I hates talkative women." It was such outspoken rudeness as this that threw Scarlett into silent furies, and made her long to be rid of him. But how could she do without him? In what other way could she obtain such freedom? He was rude and dirty, and occasionally very odorous, but he served his purpose. He drove her to and from the mills, and on her round of customers, spitting and staring off into space while she talked and gave orders. If she climbed down from the buggy, he climbed after her and dogged her footsteps. When she was among rough laborers, Negroes or Yankee soldiers, he was seldom more than a pace from her elbow. Soon Atlanta became accustomed to seeing Scarlett and her bodyguard, and from being accustomed, the ladies grew to envy her freedom of movement. Since the Ku Klux lynching, the ladies had been practically immured, not even going to town to shop unless they were half a dozen in their group. Naturally social-minded, they became restless, and, putting their pride in their pockets, they began to beg the loan of Archie from Scarlett. And whenever she didn't need him, she was gracious enough to spare him for the use of other ladies. Soon Archie became an Atlanta institution, and the ladies competed for his free time. There was seldom a morning when a child or a Negro servant didn't arrive at breakfast time with a note saying, "If you aren't using Archie this afternoon, do let me have him. I want to drive to the cemetery with flowers. I must go to the milliner's. I should like Archie to drive Aunt Nellie for an airing. I must go calling on Peter Street, and Grandpa is not feeling well enough to take me. Could Archie?" He drove them all, maids, matrons, and widows, and toward all he evidenced the same uncompromising contempt. It was obvious that he didn't like women, Melanie excepted, any better than he liked Negroes and Yankees. Shocked at first by his rudeness, the ladies finally became accustomed to him, and as he was so silent, except for intermittent explosions of tobacco juice, they took him as much for granted as the horses he drove, and forgot his very existence. In fact, Mrs. Merriweather related to Mrs. Meade the complete details of her niece's confinement before she even remembered Archie's presence on the front seat of the carriage. And no other time than this could such a situation have been possible. Before the war, he would not have been permitted even in the ladies' kitchens. They would have handed him food through the back door and sent him about his business. But now they welcomed his reassuring presence. Rude, illiterate, dirty, he was a bulwark between the ladies and the terrors of Reconstruction. He was neither friend nor servant. He was a hired bodyguard, protecting the women while their men worked by day or were absent from home at night. It seemed to Scarlett that after Archie came to work for her, Frank was away at night very frequently. He said the books at the store had to be balanced, and business was brisk enough now to give him little time to attend to this in working hours, and there were sick friends with whom he had to sit. Then there was the organization of Democrats who foregathered every Wednesday night to devise ways of regaining the ballot, and Frank never missed a meeting. Scarlett thought this organization did little else except argue the merits of General John B. Gordon over every other general, except General Lee, and refight the war. Certainly she could observe no progress in the direction of the recovery of the ballot, But Frank evidently enjoyed the meetings, for he stayed out until all hours on those nights. Ashley also sat up with the sick, and he, too, attended the Democratic meetings, and he was usually away on the same nights as Frank. On these nights, Archie escorted Pitty, Scarlett, Wade, and little Ella through the backyard to Melanie's house, and the two families spent the evenings together. The ladies sewed while Archie lay full length on the parlor sofa snoring, his gray whiskers fluttering at each rumble. No one had invited him to dispose himself on the sofa, and as it was the finest piece of furniture in the house, the ladies secretly moaned every time he lay down on it, planting his boot on the pretty upholstery. But none of them had the courage to remonstrate with him, especially after he remarked that it was lucky who went to sleep easy, for otherwise the sound of women clattering like a flock of guinea hens would certainly drive him crazy. Scarlett sometimes wondered where Archie had come from, and what his life had been before he came to live in Mellie's cellar, but she asked no questions. There was that about his grim, one-eyed face which discouraged curiosity. All she knew was that his voice bespoke the mountains to the north, and that he had been in the army and had lost both leg and eye shortly before the surrender. It was words spoken in a fit of anger against Hugh Elsing, which brought out the truth of Archie's past. One morning, the old man had driven her to Hugh's mill, and she had found it idle, the negroes gone and Hugh sitting despondently under a tree. His crew hadn't made their appearance that morning, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Scarlett was in a furious temper and didn't scruple to extend it on Hugh, for she had just received an order for a large amount of lumber, a rush order at that. She had used energy and charm and bargaining to get that order, and now the mill was quiet. "Drive me out to the other mill," she directed Archie. "Yes, I know it'll take a long time, and we won't get any dinner, but what am I paying you for? I'll have to make Mr. Wilkes stop what he's doing and run me off this lumber. Like as not, his crew won't be working either. Great balls of fire. I never saw such a nincompoop as Hugh Elsing. I'm going to get rid of him just as soon as that Johnny Gallagher finishes the stores he's building. What do I care if Gallagher was in the Yankee Army? He'll work. I never saw a lazy Irishman yet. And I'm through with free-issue darkies. You just can't depend on them. I'm going to get Johnny Gallagher and lease me some convicts. He'll get work out of them. Archie turned to her, his eye malevolent, and when he spoke there was cold anger in his rusty voice. "The day you gets convicts is the day I quits you," he said. Scarlett was startled. "Good heavens! Why?" "I knows about convict leasing. I calls it convict murdering. Buying men like they was mules. Treating them worse than mules was ever treated. Beating them, starving them, killing them, and who cares? The state don't care. It's got the lease money. The folks that gets the convicts, they don't care. All they want is to feed them cheap and get all the work they can out of them. Hell, ma'am, I never thought much of women, and I think less of them now." "Is it any of your business?" "I reckon," said Archie laconically, and after a pause, "I was a convict for nigh on to 40 years. Scarlett gasped, and for a moment shrank back against the cushions. This, then, was the answer to the riddle of Archie, his unwillingness. "Yes," answered Archie briefly, as he flapped the reins. "My wife." Scarlett's eyelids batted rapidly with fright. The mouth beneath the beard seemed to move, as if he were smiling grimly at her fear. "I ain't going to kill you, ma'am, if that's what's fretting you. There ain't but one reason for killing a woman." "You killed your wife?" "She was laying with my brother. He got away. I ain't sorry none that I killed her. Loose women ought to be killed. The law ain't got no right to put a man in jail for that, but I was sent." "But how did you get out? Did you escape? Were you pardoned?" "You might call it a pardon. His thick gray brows writhed together as though the effort of stringing words together was difficult. Long in '64, when Sherman came through, I was at Milledgeville jail, like I'd been for 40 years. And the warden, he called all us prisoners together, and he says the Yankees are a-comin', a-burnin' and a-killin'. Now, if there's one thing I hate's worse than a nigger or a woman, it's a Yankee. Why? Did you ever know any Yankees? But I heard tell 'em. I heard tell they couldn't never mind their own business. I hates folks who can't mind their own business. What was they doing in Georgia, freeing our niggers and burning our houses and killing our stock? Well, the warden, he said the army needed more soldiers bad, and any of us who'd join up would be free at the end of the war, if we come out alive. But us lifers, us murderers, the warden, he said the army didn't want us. We was to be sent somewheres else to another jail. But I said to the warden, I ain't like most lifers. I'm just in for killing my wife, and she needed killing. And I wants to fight the Yankees. And the warden, he saw my side of it, and he slipped me out with the other prisoners. He paused and grunted. Huh. That was right funny. They put me in jail for killing, and they let me out with a gun in my hand and a free pardon to do more killing. It sure was good to be a free man with a rifle in my hand again. Us men from Milledgeville did good fighting and killing. Now, a lot of us was killed. I never knowed one who deserted, and when the surrender came, we was free. I lost this year leg and this year eye, but I ain't sorry. Oh, said Scarlett, weakly. She tried to remember what she had heard about the releasing of the Milledgeville convicts in that last desperate effort to stem the tide of Sherman's army. Frank had mentioned it that Christmas of 1864. What had he said? But her memories of that time were too chaotic. Again she felt the wild terror of those days, heard the siege guns, saw the line of wagons dripping blood into the red roads, saw the home guard marching off, the little cadets and the children like Phil Meade, and the old men like Uncle Henry and Grandpa Merriweather. And the convicts had marched out, too, to die in the twilight of the Confederacy, to freeze in the snow and sleet of that last campaign in Tennessee. For a brief moment she thought what a fool this old man was, to fight for a state which had taken 40 years from his life. Georgia had taken his youth and his middle years for a crime that was no crime to him, yet he had freely given a leg and an eye to Georgia. The bitter words Rhett had spoken in the early days of the war came back to her, and she remembered him saying he would never fight for a society that had made him an outcast. But when the emergency had arisen, he had gone off to fight for that same society, even as Archie had done. It seemed to her that all Southern men, high or low, were sentimental fools, and cared less for their hides than for words which had no meaning. She looked at Archie's gnarled old hands, his 2 pistols and his knife, and fear pricked her again. Were there other ex-convicts at large, like Archie, murderers, desperados, thieves, pardoned for their crimes in the name of the Confederacy? Why, any stranger on the street might be a murderer. If Frank ever learned the truth about Archie, there would be the devil to pay. Or if Aunt Pitty... But the shock would kill Pitty. And as for Melanie... Scarlett almost wished she could tell Melanie the truth about Archie. It would serve her right for picking up trash and foisting it off on her friends and relatives. I'm glad you told me, Archie. I won't tell anyone. It would be a great shock to Mrs. Wilkes and the other ladies if they knew. Huh? Miss Wilkes knows. I told her the night she first let me sleep in her cellar. You don't think I'd let a nice lady like her take me into her house not knowing? Saints preserve us! Cried Scarlett, aghast. Melanie knew this man was a murderer and a woman murderer at that, and she hadn't ejected him from her house. She had trusted her son with him, and her aunt and sister-in-law and all her friends. And she, the most timid of females, had not been frightened to be alone with him in her house. Miss Wilkes is right sensible, for a woman. She allowed that I was all right. She allowed that a liar always kept on lying and that a thief kept on stealing, but folks don't do more'n one murder in a lifetime. And she reckoned as how anybody who fought for the Confederacy had wiped out anything bad they'd done. Though I don't hold that I'd done nothing bad, killing my wife. Yes, Miss Wilkes is right sensible for a woman. And I'm telling you, the day you leases convicts is the day I quits you. Scarlett made no reply, but she thought, the sooner you quit me, the better it will suit me. A murderer. How could Melly have been so... Well, there was no word for Melanie's action in taking in this old ruffian and not telling her friends he was a jailbird. So service in the army wiped out past sins. Melanie had that mixed up with baptism. But then Melanie was utterly silly about the Confederacy, its veterans, and anything pertaining to them. Scarlett silently damned the Yankees and added another mark on her score against them. They were responsible for a situation that forced a woman to keep a murderer at her side to protect her. Driving home with Archie in the chill twilight, Scarlett saw a clutter of saddle horses, buggies, and wagons outside the Girl of the Period saloon. Ashley was sitting on his horse, a strained, alert look on his face. The Simmons boys were leaning from their buggy, making emphatic gestures. Hugh Elsing, his lock of brown hair falling in his eyes, was waving his hands. Grandpa Merriweather's pie wagon was in the center of the tangle, and as she came closer, Scarlett saw that Tommy Welburn and Uncle Henry Hamilton were crowded on the seat with him. I wish, thought Scarlett irritably, that Uncle Henry wouldn't ride home in that contraption. He ought to be ashamed to be seen in it. It isn't as though he didn't have a horse of his own. He just does it so he and Grandpa can go to the saloon together every night. As she came abreast the crowd, something of their tenseness reached her, insensitive though she was, and made a fear clutch at her heart. Oh, she thought, I hope no one else has been raped. If the Ku Klux lynch just one more darky, the Yankees will wipe us out. And she spoke to Archie. Pull up. Something's wrong. You ain't going to stop outside a saloon, said Archie. You heard me. Pull up. Good evening, everybody. Ashley, Uncle Henry, is something wrong? You all look so... The crowd turned to her, tipping their hats and smiling, but there was a driving excitement in their eyes. Something's right and something's wrong, barked Uncle Henry. Depends on how you look at it. The way I figure is the legislature couldn't have done different. The legislature, thought Scarlett in relief. She had little interest in the legislature, feeling that its doings could hardly affect her. It was the prospect of the Yankee soldiers on a rampage again that frightened her. What's the legislature been up to now? They've flatly refused to ratify the amendment, said Grandpa Merriweather, and there was pride in his voice. That'll show the Yankees. And they'll be held to pay for it. I beg your pardon, Scarlett, said Ashley. Oh, the amendment? Questioned Scarlett, trying to look intelligent. Politics were beyond her, and she seldom wasted time thinking about them. There had been a 13th Amendment ratified some time before, or maybe it had been the 16th Amendment, but what ratification meant she had no idea. Men were always getting excited about such things. Something of her lack of comprehension showed in her face, and Ashley smiled. It's the amendment letting the darkies vote, you know, he explained. It was submitted to the legislature, and they refused to ratify it. How silly of them. You know the Yankees are going to force it down our throats. That's what I meant by saying they'll be held to pay, said Ashley. I'm proud of the legislature and proud of their gumption, shouted Uncle Henry. The Yankees can't force it down our throats if we won't have it. They can, and they will. Ashley's voice was calm, but there was worry in his eyes. and it'll make things just that much harder for us." "Oh, Ashley, surely not. Things couldn't be any harder than they are now." "Yes, things can get worse, even worse than they are now. Suppose we have a darky legislature, a darky governor. Suppose we have a worse military rule than we now have." Scarlett's eyes grew large with fear as some understanding entered her mind. "I've been trying to think what would be best for Georgia, best for all of us." Ashley's face was drawn. "Whether it's wisest to fight this thing like the legislature has done, rouse the North against us, and bring the whole Yankee army on us to cram the darky vote down us, whether we want it or not. Or swallow our pride as best we can, submit gracefully, and get the whole matter over with as easily as possible. It will amount to the same thing in the end. We are helpless. We've got to take the dose they're determined to give us. Maybe it would be better for us to take it without kicking." Scarlett hardly heard his words. Certainly their full import went over her head. She knew that Ashley, as usual, was seeing both sides of a question. She was only seeing one side, how this slap in the Yankees' faces might affect her. "Going to turn radical and vote the Republican ticket, Ashley?" jeered Grandpa Merriweather harshly. There was a tense silence. Scarlett saw Archie's hand make a swift move toward his pistol and then stop. Archie thought, and frequently said, that Grandpa was an old bag of wind, and Archie had no intention of letting him insult Miss Melanie's husband, even if Miss Melanie's husband was talking like a fool. The perplexity vanished suddenly from Ashley's eyes, and hot anger flared, but before he could speak, Uncle Henry charged Grandpa. You blessed—" "I beg your pardon, Scarlett. Grandpa, you jackass. Don't you say that to Ashley." "Ashley can take care of himself without you defending him," said Grandpa coldly. "And he's talking like a scallywag. Submit. Hell! I beg your pardon, Scarlett." "I didn't believe in secession," said Ashley, and his voice shook with anger. "But when Georgia seceded, I went with her. And I didn't believe in war, but I fought in the war. And I don't believe in making the Yankees madder than they already are. But if the legislature has decided to do it, I'll stand by the legislature. Archie," said Uncle Henry abruptly, "drive Miss Scarlett on home. This isn't any place for her. Politics aren't for women folks anyway, and they're going to be cussing in a minute. Go on, Archie. Good night, Scarlett." As they drove off down Peachtree Street, Scarlett's heart was beating fast with fear. Would this foolish action of the legislature have any effect on her safety? Would it so enrage the Yankees that she might lose her mills? "Well, sir," rumbled Archie, "I've hearn tell of rabbits spitting in bulldogs' faces, but I ain't never seen it till now. Them legislatures might just as well have hollered, 'Hooray for Jeff Davis and the Southern Confederacy,' for all the good it'll do 'em. And us. Them nigger-loving Yankees have made up their mind to make the niggers our bosses. But you got to admire them legislature spirit." "Admire them? Great balls of fire! Admire them? They ought to be shot. It'll bring the Yankees down on us like a duck on a June bug. Why couldn't they have ratted whatever they were supposed to do to it and smooth the Yankees down instead of stirring them up again? They're going to make us knuckle under, and we may as well knuckle under now as later." Archie fixed her with a cold eye. "Knuckle under without a fight? Women ain't got no more pride than goats." When Scarlett leased 10 convicts, 5 for each of her mills, Archie made good his threat and refused to have anything further to do with her. Not all Melanie's pleading or Frank's promises of higher pay would induce him to take up the reins again. He willingly escorted Melanie and Pitty and India and their friends about the town, but not Scarlett. He would not even drive for the other ladies if Scarlett was in the carriage. It was an embarrassing situation, having the old desperado sitting in judgment upon her, and it was still more embarrassing to know that her family and friends agreed with the old man. Frank pleaded with her against taking the step. Ashley at first refused to work convicts and was persuaded against his will, only after tears and supplications and promises that when times were better she would hire free darkies. Neighbors were so outspoken in their disapproval that Frank, Pitty, and Melanie found it hard to hold up their heads. Even Peter and Mammy declared that it was bad luck to work convicts, and no good would come of it. Everyone said it was wrong to take advantage of the miseries and misfortunes of others. "You didn't have any objections to working slaves," Scarlett cried indignantly. Ah, but that was different. Slaves were neither miserable nor unfortunate. The Negroes were far better off under slavery than they were now under freedom. And if she didn't believe it, just look about her. But as usual, opposition had the effect of making Scarlett more determined on her course. She removed Hugh from the management of the mill, put him to driving a lumber wagon, and closed the final details of hiring Johnny Gallagher. He seemed to be the only person she knew who approved of the convicts. He nodded his bullet head briefly and said it was a smart move. Scarlett, looking at the little ex-jockey planted firmly on his short, bowed legs, his gnomish face hard and businesslike, thought, "Whoever let him ride their horses didn't care much for horseflesh. I wouldn't let him get within 10 feet of any horse of mine." But she had no qualms in trusting him with a convict gang. "And I'm to have a free hand with the gang?" he questioned, his eyes as cold as gray agates. "A free hand? All I ask is that you keep my mill running and deliver my lumber when I want it and as much as I want." "I'm your man," said Johnny shortly. "I'll tell Mr. Welburn I'm leaving him." As he rolled off through the crowd of masons and carpenters and hod carriers, Scarlett felt relieved and her spirits rose. Johnny was indeed her man. He was tough and hard, and there was no nonsense about him. "Shanty Irish on the make," Frank had contemptuously called him. But for that very reason Scarlett valued him. She knew that an Irishman with a determination to get somewhere was a valuable man to have, regardless of what his personal characteristics might be. And she felt a closer kinship with him than with many men of her own class, for Johnny knew the value of money. The first week he took over the mill, he justified all her hopes, for he accomplished more with 5 convicts than Hugh had ever done with his crew of 10 free Negroes. More than that, he gave Scarlett greater leisure than she had had since she came to Atlanta the year before, because he had no liking for her presence at the mill and said so frankly. "You tend to your end of selling and let me tend to my end of lumbering," he said shortly. "A convict camp ain't any place for a lady, and if nobody else'll tell you so, Johnny Gallagher's telling you now. I'm delivering your lumber, ain't I? Well, I've no notion to be pestered every day like Mr. Wilkes. He needs pestering. I don't." So Scarlett reluctantly stayed away from Johnny's mill, fearing that if she came too often he might quit, and that would be ruinous. His remark that Ashley needed pestering stung her, for there was more truth in it than she liked to admit. Ashley was doing little better with convicts than he had done with free labor, although why, he was unable to tell. Moreover, he looked as if he were ashamed to be working convicts, and he had little to say to her these days. Scarlett was worried by the change that was coming over him. There were gray hairs in his bright head now, and a tired slump in his shoulders, and he seldom smiled. He no longer looked the debonair Ashley who had caught her fancy so many years before. He looked like a man secretly gnawed by a scarcely endurable pain, and there was a grim, tight look about his mouth that baffled and hurt her. She wanted to drag his head fiercely down on her shoulder, stroke the graying hair, and cry, "Tell me what's worrying you. I'll fix it. I'll make it right for you." But his formal, remote air kept her at arm's length. Chapter 43. It was one of those rare December days when the sun was almost as warm as Indian summer. Dry red leaves still clung to the oak in Aunt Pitty's yard, and a faint yellow-green still persisted in the dying grass. Scarlet, with the baby in her arms, stepped out onto the side porch and sat down in a rocking chair in a patch of sunshine. She was wearing a new green challis dress trimmed with yards and yards of black rick-rack braid, and a new lace house cap which Aunt Pitty had made for her. Both were very becoming to her, and she knew it, and took great pleasure in them. How good it was to look pretty again after the long months of looking so dreadful. As she sat rocking the baby and humming to herself, she heard the sound of hooves coming up the side street, and peering curiously through the tangle of dead vines on the porch, she saw Rhett Butler riding toward the house. He had been away from Atlanta for months, since just after Gerald died, since long before Ella Lorena was born. She had missed him, but now she wished ardently that there was some way to avoid seeing him. In fact, the sight of his dark face brought a feeling of guilty panic to her breast. A matter in which Ashley was concerned lay on her conscience, and she didn't wish to discuss it with Rhett. But she knew he would force the discussion, no matter how disinclined she might be. He drew up at the gate and swung lightly to the ground, and she thought, staring nervously at him, that he looked just like an illustration in a book Wade was always pestering her to read aloud. All he needs is earrings and a cutlass between his teeth, she thought. Well, pirate or no, he's not going to cut my throat today if I can help it. As he came up the walk, she called a greeting to him, summoning her sweetest smile. How lucky that she had on her new dress, the becoming cap, and looked so pretty. As his eyes went swiftly over her, she knew he thought her pretty, too. "A new baby! Why, Scarlet, this is a surprise!" he laughed, leaning down to push the blanket away from Ella Lorena's small, ugly face. "Don't be silly," she said, blushing. "How are you, Rhett? You've been away a long time." "So I have." "Let me hold the baby, Scarlet." "Oh, I know how to hold babies. I have many strange accomplishments." "Well, he certainly looks like Frank, all except the whiskers. But give him time." "I hope not. It's a girl." "A girl? That's better still. Boys are such nuisances. Don't ever have any more boys, Scarlet." It was on the tip of her tongue to reply tartly that she never intended to have any more babies, boys or girls, but she caught herself in time and smiled, casting about quickly in her mind for some topic of conversation that would put off the bad moment when the subject she feared would come up for discussion. "Did you have a nice trip, Rhett? Where did you go this time?" "Oh, Cuba, New Orleans, other places. Here, Scarlet, take the baby. She's beginning to slobber, and I can't get to my handkerchief. She's a fine baby, I'm sure, but she's wetting my shirt bosom." She took the child back into her lap, and Rhett settled himself lazily on the banister and took a cigar from a silver case. "You're always going to New Orleans," she said, and pouted a little. "And you never will tell me what you do there." "I'm a hard-working man, Scarlet, and perhaps my business takes me there." "Hard-working? You?" She laughed impertinently. "You never worked a day in your life. You're too lazy. All you ever do is finance carpetbaggers in their thieving and take half the profits and bribe Yankee officials to let you in on schemes to rob us taxpayers." He threw back his head and laughed. "And how you would love to have money enough to bribe officials so you could do likewise." The very idea! She began to ruffle. "But perhaps you will make enough money to get into bribery on a large scale some day. Maybe you'll get rich off those convicts you leased." "Oh," she said, a little disconcerted. "How did you find out about my gang so soon?" "I arrived last night and spent the evening in the Girl of the Period saloon, where one hears all the news of the town. It's a clearinghouse for gossip. Better than a ladies' sewing circle. Everyone told me that you'd leased a gang and put that little plug-ugly Gallagher in charge to work them to death. That's a lie, she said angrily. He won't work them to death. I'll see to that. Will you? Of course I will. How can you even insinuate such things? Oh, I do beg your pardon, Mrs. Kennedy. I know your motives are always above reproach. However, Johnny Gallagher is a cold little bully if I ever saw one. Better watch him, or you'll be having trouble when the inspector comes around. You tend to your business and I'll tend to mine, she said indignantly. And I don't want to talk about convicts anymore. Everybody's been hateful about them. My gang is my own business. And you haven't told me yet what you do in New Orleans. You go there so often that everybody says... She paused. She had not intended to say so much. What do they say? Well, that you have a sweetheart there. That you're going to get married. Are you, Rhett? She had been curious about this for so long that she could not refrain from asking the point-blank question. A queer little pang of jealousy jabbed at her at the thought of Rhett getting married, although why that should be she didn't know. His bland eyes grew suddenly alert, and he caught her gaze and held it until a little blush crept up into her cheeks. Would it matter much to you? Well, I should hate to lose your friendship, she said primly, and with an attempt at disinterestedness, bent down to pull the blanket closer about Ella Lorena's head. He laughed suddenly, shortly, and said, Look at me, Scarlett. She looked up unwillingly, her blush deepening. You can tell your curious friends that when I marry, it will be because I couldn't get the woman I wanted in any other way. And I've never yet wanted a woman bad enough to marry her. Now she was indeed confused and embarrassed, for she remembered the night on this very porch during the siege when he had said, I'm not a marrying man, and casually suggested that she become his mistress. Remembered, too, the terrible day when he was in jail and was shamed by the memory. A slow, malicious smile went over his face as he read her eyes. But I will satisfy your vulgar curiosity since you ask such pointed questions. It isn't a sweetheart that takes me to New Orleans. It's a child, a little boy. A little boy? The shock of this unexpected information wiped out her confusion. Yes, he is my legal ward, and I'm responsible for him. He's in school in New Orleans. I go there frequently to see him. And take him presents? So she thought. That's how he always knows what kind of presents Wade likes. Yes, he said shortly, unwillingly. Well, I never! Is he handsome? Too handsome for his own good. Is he a nice little boy? No, he's a perfect hellion. I wish he'd never been born. Boys are troublesome creatures. Is there anything else you'd like to know? He looked suddenly angry, and his brow was dark, as though he already regretted speaking of the matter at all. Well, not if you don't want to tell me any more, she said loftily, though she was burning for further information. But I just can't see you in the role of a guardian. And she laughed, hoping to disconcert him. No, I don't suppose you can. Your vision is pretty limited. He said no more, and smoked his cigar in silence for a while. She cast about for some remark as rude as his, but could think of none. I would appreciate it if you'd say nothing of this to anyone, he said finally. Though I suppose that asking a woman to keep her mouth shut is asking the impossible. I can keep a secret, she said with injured dignity. Can you? It's nice to learn unsuspected things about friends. Now stop pouting, Scarlett. I'm sorry I was rude, but you deserved it for prying. Give me a smile, and let's be pleasant for a minute or two before I take up an unpleasant subject. Oh, dear, she thought. Now he's going to talk about Ashley and the mill, and she hastened to smile and show her dimple to divert him. Where else did you go, Rhett? You haven't been in New Orleans all this time, have you? No, for the last month I've been in Charleston. My father died. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm sure he wasn't sorry to die, and I'm sure I'm not sorry he's dead. Rhett, what a dreadful thing to say. It would be much more dreadful if I pretended to be sorry when I wasn't, wouldn't it? There was never any love lost between us. I cannot remember when the old gentleman did not disapprove of me. I was too much like his own father, and he disapproved heartily of his father. And as I grew older, his disapproval of me became downright dislike, which, I admit, I did little to change. All the things Father wanted me to do and be were such boring things. And finally he threw me out into the world without a cent and no training whatsoever to be anything but a Charleston gentleman, a good pistol shot and an excellent poker player. And he seemed to take it as a personal affront that I did not starve, but put my poker playing to excellent advantage and supported myself royally by gambling. He was so affronted at a butler becoming a gambler that when I came home for the first time, he forbade my mother to see me. All during the war, when I was blockading out of Charleston, Mother had to lie and slip off to see me. Naturally, that didn't increase my love for him. Oh, I didn't know all that. He was what is pointed out as a fine old gentleman of the old school, which means that he was ignorant, thick-headed, intolerant, and incapable of thinking along any lines except what other gentlemen of the old school thought. Everyone admired him tremendously for having cut me off and counted me as dead. If thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out. I was his right eye, his oldest son, and he plucked me out. Well, I could forgive all that, but I can't forgive what he's done to Mother and my sister since the war ended. They've been practically destitute. The plantation house was burned and the rice fields have gone back to marshlands. And the townhouse went for taxes, and they've been living in 2 rooms that aren't fit for darkies. I've sent money to Mother, but Father has sent it back. Tainted money, you see. And several times I've gone to Charleston and given money on the sly to my sister. But Father always found out and raised merry hell with her till life wasn't worth living, poor girl. And back the money came to me. I don't know how they've lived. Yes, I do know. My brother's given what he could, though he hasn't much to give, and he won't take anything from me either. Speculators' money is unlucky money, you see. And the charity of their friends. Your Aunt Eulalie, she's been very kind. She's one of Mother's best friends, you know. She's given them clothes and... Good God! My mother on charity! It was one of the few times she had ever seen him with his mask off, his face hard with honest hatred for his father and distress for his mother. Aunt Lelie, but good heavens, Rhett, she hasn't got anything much above what I send her. Ah, so that's where it comes from. How ill-bred of you, my dear, to brag of such a thing in the face of my humiliation. You must let me reimburse you. With pleasure, said Scarlett, her mouth suddenly twisting into a grin, and he smiled back. Ah, Scarlett, how the thought of $1 does make your eyes sparkle. Are you sure you haven't some Scotch or perhaps Jewish blood as well as Irish? Don't be hateful. I didn't mean to throw it in your face about Aunt Lelie, but honestly, she thinks I'm made of money. She's always writing me for more, and God knows I've got enough on my hands without supporting all of Charleston. What did your father die of? Genteel starvation, I think. And hope. It served him right. He was willing to let Mother and Rosemary starve with him. Now that he's dead, I can help them. I've bought them a house on the Battery, and they've servants to look after them. But of course, they couldn't let it be known that the money came from me. Why not? My dear, surely you know Charleston. You visited there. My family may be poor, but they have a position to uphold. And they couldn't uphold it if it were known that gambling money and speculators' money and carpetbag money was behind it. No, they gave it out that Father left an enormous life insurance, that he beggared himself and starved himself to death to keep up the payments so that after he died they'd be provided for. So he is looked upon as an even greater gentleman of the old school than before. In fact, a martyr to his family. I hope he's turning in his grave at the knowledge that Mother and Rosemary are comfortable now, in spite of his efforts. In a way, I'm sorry he's dead because he wanted to die. Was so glad to die. Why? Oh, he really died when Lee surrendered. You know the type. He never could adjust himself to the new times and spent his time talking about the good old days. Rhett, are all old folks like that? She was thinking of Gerald and what Will had said about him. Heavens, no! Just look at your Uncle Henry and that old wildcat, Mr. Merriweather, just to name two. They took a new lease on life when they marched out with the Home Guard, and it seems to me that they've gotten younger and more peppery ever since. I met old man Merriweather this morning driving Renee's pie wagon and cursing the horse like an army mule skinner. He told me he felt 10 years younger since he escaped from the house and his daughter-in-law's coddling and took to driving the wagon. And your Uncle Henry enjoys fighting the Yankees in court and out, and defending the widow and the orphan, free of charge, I fear, against the carpetbaggers. If there hadn't been a war, he'd have retired long ago and nursed his rheumatism. They're young again because they are of use again and feel that they are needed. And they like this new day that gives old men another chance. But there are plenty of people, young people, who feel like my father and your father. They can't and won't adjust, and that brings me to the unpleasant subject I want to discuss with you, Scarlett. His sudden shift so disconcerted her that she stammered, What, and inwardly groaned. Oh, Lord, now it's coming. I wonder if I can butter him down. I shouldn't have expected either truth or honor or fair dealing from you, knowing you as I do. But foolishly I trusted you. I don't know what you mean. I think you do. At any rate, you look very guilty. As I was riding along Ivy Street a while ago on my way to call on you, who should hail me from behind the hedge but Mrs. Ashley Wilkes? Of course, I stopped and chatted with her. Indeed? Yes, we had an enjoyable talk. She told me she had always wanted to let me know how brave she thought I was to have struck a blow for the Confederacy, even at the 11th hour. Oh, fiddly-dee! Mellie's a fool. She might have died that night because you acted so heroic. I imagine she would have thought her life given in a good cause. And when I asked her what she was doing in Atlanta, she looked quite surprised at my ignorance, and told me that they were living here now, and that you had been kind enough to make Mr. Wilkes a partner in your mill. Well, what of it? Questioned Scarlett shortly. When I lent you the money to buy that mill, I made one stipulation, to which you agreed, and that was that it should not go to the support of Ashley Wilkes. You are being very offensive. I paid you back your money, and I own the mill, and what I do with it is my own business. Would you mind telling me how you made the money to pay back my loan? I made it selling lumber, of course. You made it with the money I lent you to give you your start. That's what you mean. My money is being used to support Ashley. You are a woman quite without honor, and if you hadn't repaid my loan, I'd take great pleasure in calling it in now, and selling you out at public auction if you couldn't pay. He spoke lightly, but there was anger flickering in his eyes. Scarlett hastily carried the warfare into the enemy's territory. Why do you hate Ashley so much? I believe you're jealous of him. After she'd spoken, she could have bitten her tongue, for he threw back his head and laughed until she went red with mortification. Add conceit to dishonor, he said. You'll never get over being the belle of the county, will you? You always think you're the cutest little trick in shoe leather, and that every man you meet is expiring for love of you. I don't either, she cried hotly. But I just can't see why you hate Ashley so much, and that's the only explanation I can think of. Well, think something else, pretty charmer, for that's the wrong explanation. And as for hating Ashley, I don't hate him any more than I like him. In fact, my only emotion toward him and his kind is pity. Pity? Yes, and a little contempt. Now swell up like a gobbler and tell me that he's worth 1,000 blackguards like me, and that I shouldn't dare be so presumptuous as to feel either pity or contempt for him. And when you finish swelling, I'll tell you what I mean, if you're interested. Well, I'm not. I shall tell you just the same. For I can't bear for you to go on nursing your pleasant delusion of my jealousy. I pity him because he ought to be dead and he isn't. And I have contempt for him because he doesn't know what to do with himself now that his world is gone. There was something familiar in the idea he expressed. She had a confused memory of having heard similar words, but she couldn't remember when and where. She didn't think very hard about it, for her anger was hot. If you had your way, all the decent men in the South would be dead. And if they had their way, I think Ashley's kind would prefer to be dead. Dead with neat stones above them, saying, "Here lies a soldier of the Confederacy, dead for the Southland," or "Dulce et decorum est," or any of the other popular epitaphs. I don't see why. You never see anything that isn't written in letters a foot high, and then shoved under your nose, do you? If they were dead, their troubles would be over. There'd be no problems to face, problems that had no solutions. Moreover, their families would be proud of them through countless generations, and I've heard the dead are happy. Do you suppose Ashley Wilkes is happy? Why, of course, she began. And then she remembered the look in Ashley's eyes recently, and stopped. Is he happy? Or Hugh Elsing? Or Dr. Meade? Any more than my father and your father were happy? Well, perhaps not as happy as they might be, because they've all lost their money. He laughed. It isn't losing their money, my pet. I tell you, it's losing their world. The world they were raised in. They're like fish out of water or cats with wings. They were raised to be certain persons, to do certain things, to occupy certain niches. And those persons and things and niches disappeared forever when General Lee arrived at Appomattox. Oh, Scarlett, don't look so stupid. What is there for Ashley Wilkes to do? Now that his home is gone and his plantation taken up for taxes, and fine gentlemen are going 20 for a penny, can he work with his head or his hands? I'll bet you've lost money hand over fist since he took over that mill. I have not. How nice. May I look over your books some Sunday evening when you're at leisure? You can go to the devil, and not at your leisure. You can go now for all I care. My pet, I've been to the devil, and he's a very dull fellow. I won't go there again, even for you. You took my money when you needed it desperately, and you used it. We had an agreement as to how it should be used, and you have broken that agreement. Just remember, my precious little cheat, the time will come when you will want to borrow more money from me. You want me to bank you at some incredibly low interest so you can buy more mills and more mules and build more saloons, and you can whistle for the money. When I need money, I'll borrow it from the bank, thank you, she said coldly. But her breast was heaving with rage. Will you? Try to do it. I own plenty of stock in the bank. You do? Yes, I'm interested in some honest enterprises. There are other banks, plenty of them. And if I can manage it, you'll play hell getting a cent from any of them. You can go to the carpetbag usurers if you want money. I'll go to them with pleasure. You go, but with little pleasure, when you learn of their rates of interest. My pretty, there are penalties in the business world for crooked dealing. You should have played straight with me.
You're a fine man, aren't you? So rich and powerful, yet picking on people who are down like Ashley and me.
Don't put yourself in his class. You aren't down. Nothing will down you. But he is down. And he'll stay there unless there's some energetic person behind him, guiding and protecting him as long as he lives. I'm of no mind to have my money used for the benefit of such a person.
You didn't mind helping me, and I was down, and
you were a good risk, my dear, an interesting risk. Why? Because you didn't plump yourself down on your male relatives and sob for the old days. You got out and hustled. And now your fortunes are firmly planted on money stolen from a dead man's wallet and money stolen from the Confederacy. You've got murder to your credit, and husband-stealing, attempted fornication, lying and shop-dealing, and any amount of chicanery that won't bear close inspection. Admirable things, all of them. They show you to be a person of energy and determination and a good money risk. It's entertaining, helping people who help themselves. I'd lend $10,000 without even a note to that old Roman matron, Mrs. Merriweather. She started with a basket of pies, and look at her now. A bakery employing half a dozen people, old Grandpa happy with his delivery wagon, and that lazy little Creole, Renee, working hard and liking it. Or that poor devil Tommy Welburn, who does 2 men's work with half a man's body, and does it well. Well, I won't go on and bore you.
You do bore me. You bore me to distraction, said Scarlett coldly, hoping to annoy him and divert him from the ever-unfortunate subject of Ashley. But he only laughed shortly, and refused to take up the gauntlet.
People like them are worth helping. But Ashley Wilkes? Bah! His breed is of no use or value in an upside-down world like ours. Whenever the world upends, his kind is the first to perish. And why not? They don't deserve to survive because they won't fight. Don't know how to fight. This isn't the first time the world's been upside down, and it won't be the last. It's happened before, and it'll happen again, and when it does happen, everyone loses everything, and everyone is equal. And then they'll all start again at taw, with nothing at all. That is, nothing except the cunning of the brains and strength of the hands. But some people like Ashley have neither cunning nor strength, or having them, scruple to use them. And so they go under. And they should go under. It's a natural law, and the world is better off without them. But there are always a hardy few who come through, and given time, they're right back where they were before the world turned over.
You've been poor. You just said that your father turned you out without a penny, said Scarlett, furious. I should think you'd understand and sympathize with Ashley.
I do understand, said Red, but I'm damned if I sympathize. After the surrender, Ashley had much more than I had when I was thrown out. At least, he had friends who took him in, whereas I was Ishmael. But what has Ashley done with himself? If you're comparing him with yourself, you conceited thing, why, he's not like you, thank God. He wouldn't soil his hands as you do, making money with carpetbaggers and scalawags and Yankees. He's scrupulous and honorable. But not too scrupulous and honorable to take aid and money from a woman.
What else could he have done?
Who am I to say? I only know what I did, both when I was thrown out and nowadays. I only know what other men have done. We saw opportunity in the ruin of a civilization, and we made the most of our opportunity, some honestly, some shadily. And we are still making the most of it. But the Ashleys of this world have the same chances and don't take them. They just aren't smart, Scarlett, and only the smart deserve to survive. She hardly heard what he was saying, for now there was coming back to her the exact memory which had teased her a few minutes before when he first began speaking. She remembered the cold wind that swept the orchard of Tara, and Ashley standing by a pile of rails, his eyes looking beyond her. And he had said, what? Some funny foreign name that sounded like profanity, and had talked of the end of the world. She had not known what he meant then, but now...
Bewildered comprehension was coming to her, and with it a sick, weary feeling. "Why, Ashley said—"
"Yes?"
"Once at Tara, he said something about the, dusk of the gods and about the end of the world and some such foolishness."
"Ah, the Götterdämmerung."
Rhett's eyes were sharp with interest.
"And what else?"
"Oh, I don't remember exactly. I wasn't paying much mind, but yes, something about the strong coming through and the weak being winnowed out."
"Ah, so he knows. Then that makes it harder for him. Most of them don't know and will never know. They wonder all their lives where the lost enchantment has vanished. They'll simply suffer in proud and incompetent silence. But he understands. He knows he's winnowed out."
"Oh, he isn't. Not while I've got breath in my body." He looked at her quietly, and his brown face was smooth. "Scarlett, how did you manage to get his consent to come to Atlanta and take over the mill? Did he struggle very hard against you?" She had a quick memory of the scene with Ashley after Gerald's funeral, and put it from her. "Why, of course not," she replied indignantly. "When I explained to him that I needed his help because I didn't trust that scamp who was running the mill, and Frank was too busy to help me, and I was going to... Well, there was Ella Lorena, you see. He was very glad to help me out."
"Sweet are the uses of motherhood. So that's how you got round him. Well, you've got him where you want him now, poor devil. As shackled to you by obligations as any of your convicts are by their chains, and I wish you both joy. But as I said at the beginning of this discussion, you'll never get another cent out of me for any of your little unladylike schemes, my double-dealing lady." She was smarting with anger and with disappointment as well. For some time she had been planning to borrow more money from Rhett to buy a lot downtown and start a lumber yard there. "I can do without your money," she cried. "I'm making money out of Johnny Gallagher's mill, plenty of it, now that I don't use free darkies, and I have some money out on mortgages, and we're coining cash at the store from the darky trade." "Yes, so I heard. How clever of you to rook the helpless and the widow and the orphan and the ignorant. But if you must steal, Scarlett, why not steal from the rich and strong instead of the poor and weak? From Robin Hood on down to now, that's been considered highly moral."
"Because," said Scarlett shortly, "it's a sight easier and safer to steal, as you call it, from the poor." He laughed silently, his shoulders shaking.
"You're a fine, honest rogue, Scarlett."
"A rogue? Queer that that term should hurt. She wasn't a rogue, she told herself vehemently. At least, that wasn't what she wanted to be. She wanted to be a great lady. For a moment, her mind went swiftly down the years, and she saw her mother, moving with a sweet swish of skirts and a faint fragrance of sachet, her small busy hands tireless in the service of others, loved, respected, cherished. And suddenly her heart was sick. "If you are trying to devil me," she said tiredly, "it's no use. I know I'm not as scrupulous as I should be these days, not as kind and pleasant as I was brought up to be. But I can't help it, Rhett. Truly I can't. What else could I have done? What would have happened to me, to Wade, to Tara, and all of us if I'd been gentle when that Yankee came to Tara? I should have been, but I don't even want to think of that. And when Jonas Wilkerson was going to take the home place, suppose I'd been kind and scrupulous. Where would we all be now? And if I'd been sweet and simple-minded and not nagged Frank about bad debts, we'd... Oh, well, maybe I am a rogue. But I won't be a rogue forever, Rhett. But during these past years, and even now, what else could I have done? How else could I have acted? I felt that I was trying to row a heavy loaded boat in a storm. I've had so much trouble just trying to keep afloat that I couldn't be bothered about things that didn't matter. Things I could part with easily and not miss, like good manners and, well, things like that. I've been too afraid my boat would be swamped, and so I've dumped overboard the things that seemed least important. Pride and honor and truth and virtue and kindliness. He enumerated silkily. You are right, Scarlett. They aren't important when a boat is sinking. But look around at your friends. Either they are bringing their boats ashore safely with cargoes intact, or they are content to go down with all flags flying. They're a passel of fools, she said shortly. There's a time for all things. When I've got plenty of money, I'll be as nice as you please, too. Butter won't melt in my mouth. I can afford to be then. You can afford to be, but you won't. It's hard to salvage jettisoned cargo, and if it's retrieved, it's usually irreparably damaged. And I fear that when you can afford to fish up the honor and virtue and kindness you've thrown overboard, you'll find they have suffered a sea change and not, I fear, into something rich and strange. He rose suddenly and picked up his hat. You are going? Yes. Aren't you relieved? I leave you to what remains of your conscience. He paused and looked down at the baby, putting out a finger for the child to grip. I suppose Frank is bursting with pride? Oh, of course. Has a lot of plans for this baby, I suppose. Oh, well, you know how silly men are about their babies. Then tell him, said Rhett, and stopped short. An odd look on his face. Tell him if he wants to see his plans for his child work out. He'd better stay home at night more often than he's doing. What do you mean? Just what I say. Tell him to stay home. Oh, you vile creature! To insinuate that poor Frank would... Oh, good Lord! Rhett broke into a roar of laughter. I didn't mean he was running around with women. Frank! Oh, good Lord! He went down the steps, still laughing.
Chapter 44. The March afternoon was windy and cold, and Scarlett pulled the lap-robe high under her arms as she drove out the Decatur road toward Johnny Gallagher's mill. Driving alone was hazardous these days, and she knew it. More hazardous than ever before, for now the Negroes were completely out of hand. As Ashley had prophesied, there had been hell to pay since the legislature refused to ratify the amendment. The stout refusal had been like a slap in the face of the furious North, and retaliation had come swiftly. The North was determined to force the Negro vote on the state, and to this end, Georgia had been declared in rebellion and put under the strictest martial law. Georgia's very existence as a state had been wiped out, and it had become, with Florida and Alabama, Military District No. 3, under the command of a federal general. If life had been insecure and frightening before this, it was doubly so now. The military regulations, which had seemed so stringent the year before, were now mild by comparison with the ones issued by General Pope. Confronted with the prospect of Negro rule, the future seemed dark and hopeless, and the embittered state smarted and writhed helplessly. As for the Negroes, their new importance went to their heads, and realizing that they had the Yankee army behind them, their outrages increased. No one was safe from them. In this wild and fearful time, Scarlett was frightened but determined, and she still made her rounds alone, with Frank's pistol tucked in the upholstery of the buggy. She silently cursed the legislature for bringing this worst disaster upon them all. What good had it done, this fine, brave stand, this gesture which everyone called gallant? It had just made matters so much worse. As she drew near the path that led down through the bare trees into the creek bottom, where the shantytown settlement was, she clucked to the horse to quicken his speed. She always felt uneasy driving past this dirty, sordid cluster of discarded army tents and slab cabins. It had the worst reputation of any spot in or near Atlanta, for here lived in filth outcast Negroes, black prostitutes, and a scattering of poor whites of the lowest order. It was rumored to be the refuge of Negro and white criminals, and was the first place the Yankee soldiers searched when they wanted a man. Shootings and cuttings went on here with such regularity that the authorities seldom troubled to investigate, and generally left the shantytowners to settle their own dark affairs. Back in the woods, there was a still that manufactured a cheap quality of corn whiskey, and by night, the cabins in the creek bottoms resounded with drunken yells and curses. Even the Yankees admitted that it was a plague spot and should be wiped out, but they took no steps in this direction. Indignation was loud among the inhabitants of Atlanta and Decatur, who were forced to use the road for travel between the two towns. Men went by Shantytown with their pistols loosened in their holsters, and nice women never willingly passed it, even under the protection of their men, for usually there were drunken Negro slatterns sitting along the road, hurling insults and shouting coarse words. As long as she had Archie beside her, Scarlett hadn't given Shantytown a thought, because not even the most impudent Negro woman dared laugh in her presence. But since she had been forced to drive alone, there had been any number of annoying, maddening incidents. The Negro sluts seemed to try themselves whenever she drove by. There was nothing she could do except ignore them and boil with rage. She couldn't even take comfort in airing her troubles to the neighbors or family, because the neighbors would say triumphantly, "Well, what else did you expect?" And her family would take on dreadfully again and try to stop her. And she had no intention of stopping her trips. Thank heaven there were no ragged women along the roadside today. As she passed the trail leading down to the settlement, she looked with distaste at the group of shacks squatting in the hollow in the dreary slant of the afternoon sun. There was a chill wind blowing, and as she passed there came to her nose the mingled smells of wood smoke, frying pork, and untended privies. Averting her nose, she flapped the reins smartly across the horse's back and hurried him past and around the bend of the road. Just as she was beginning to draw a breath of relief, her heart rose in her throat with sudden fright, for a huge Negro slipped silently from behind a large oak tree. She was frightened, but not enough to lose her wits, and in an instant the horse was pulled up, and she had Frank's pistol in her hand. "What do you want?" she cried with all the sternness she could muster. The big Negro ducked back behind the oak, and the voice that answered was frightened. "Lord, Miss Scarlett, don't shoot Big Sam." Big Sam! For a moment she couldn't take in his words. Big Sam, the foreman of Tara whom she had seen last in the days of the siege. What on earth? "Come out of there and let me see if you're really Sam." Reluctantly, he slid out of his hiding place, a giant, ragged figure, barefooted, clad in denim breeches and a blue Union uniform jacket that was far too short and tight for his big frame. When she saw it was really Big Sam, she shoved the pistol down into the upholstery and smiled with pleasure. "Oh, Sam, how nice to see you." Sam galloped over to the buggy, his eyes rolling with joy and his white teeth flashing, and clutched her outstretched hand with two black hands as big as hams. His watermelon-pink tongue lapped out. His whole body wiggled, and his joyful contortions were as ludicrous as the gamblings of a mastiff. "My Lord, it sure is good to see some of the family again," he cried, scrunching her hand until she felt that the bones would crack. "How come you got so mean-like toting a gun, Miss Scarlett?" "So many mean folks these days, Sam, that I have to tote it." "What on earth are you doing in a nasty place like Shantytown? You, a respectable darky. And why haven't you been into town to see me?" "Law, Miss Scarlett, I don't live in Shantytown. I just bidin' here for a spell. I wouldn't live in that place for nothing. I never in my life seed such trashy niggers. And I didn't know you was in Atlanta. I thought you was at Tara. I was aiming to come home to Tara as soon as I got the chance.
Have you been living in Atlanta ever since the siege?
No, ma'am. I've been traveling.
He released her hand, and she painfully flexed it to see if the bones were intact.
'Member when you seed me last?
Scarlett remembered the hot day before the siege began, when she and Rhett had sat in the carriage, and the gang of Negroes with Big Sam at their head had marched down the dusty street toward the entrenchment singing "Go Down, Moses." She nodded.
Well, I worked like a dog digging breastworks and filling sandbags till the Confederates left Atlanta. The captain gentleman what had me in charge, he was killed, and there weren't nobody to tell Big Sam what to do, so I just lay low in the bushes. I thought I'd try to get home to Tara, but then I hear that all the country round Tara done burnt up. Besides, I didn't have no way to get back, and I was scared the Paterolas picked me up, 'cause I didn't have no pass. Then the Yankees come in, and the Yankee gentleman, he was a colonel. He took a shine to me, and he keep me to tend to his hoss and his boots. Yes, ma'am. I sure did feel biggity, being a body servant like Polk, when I ain't nothing but a field hand. And I ain't tell the colonel I was a field hand, and he... Well, Miss Scarlett, Yankees is ignorant folks. He didn't know the difference. So I stayed with him, and I went to Savannah with him when General Sherman went there. And, 'fore God, Miss Scarlett, I never seed such awful goings-on as I seed on the way to Savannah. A stealing and a burning. Did they burn Tara, Miss Scarlett?
They set fire to it, but we put it out.
Well, am I sure glad to hear that. Tara my home, and I was aiming to go back there. And when the war over, the colonel, he say to me, "You, Sam, you come on back north with me. I pays you good wages." Well, like all the niggers, I was honing to try this here freedom, for I went home. And I goes north with the colonel. Yes'm. Us went to Washington and New York, and then to Boston, where the colonel lived. Yes, ma'am. I's a traveled nigger. Miss Scarlett, there's more horses and carriages on them Yankee streets than you can shake a stick at. I was scared all the time I was going to get run over.
Did you like it up north, Sam? Sam scratched his woolly head.
I did, and I didn't. The colonel, he a mighty fine man, and he understand niggers. But his wife, she's something else. His wife, she called me Mister first time she seed me. Yes'm. She do that, and I like to drop in my tracks when she do it. The colonel, he tell her to call me Sam, and then she do it. But all them Yankee folks, first time they meet me, they call me Mr. O'Hara. And they asked me to set down with 'em like I was just as good as they was. Well, I ain't never sat down with white folks, and I is too old to learn. They treat me like I was just as good as they was, Miss Scarlett, but in their hearts, they didn't like me. They didn't like no niggers. And they was scared of me, 'cause I was so big. And they was allers asking me about the bloodhounds that chased me and the beatings I got. And Lord, Miss Scarlett, I ain't never got no beatings. You know Mr. Gerald ain't going to let nobody beat a expensive nigger like me. When I tell him that, and tell him how good Miss Ellen to the niggers, and how she sat up a whole week with me when I had the pneumonia, they don't believe me. And Miss Scarlett, I got to honing for Miss Ellen and Tara till it looked like I can't stand it no longer. And one night, I lit out for home, and I rid the freight cars all the way down to Atlanta. If you buy me a ticket to Tara, I sure be glad to get home. I sure be glad to see Miss Ellen and Miss Gerald again. I done had enough freedom. I want somebody to feed me good victuals regular, and tell me what to do and what not to do, and look after me when I get sick. Suppose I gets the pneumonia again. Is that Yankee lady gwine to take care of me? No, ma'am. She's gwine to call me Mr. O'Hara, but she ain't gwine to nurse me. But Miss Ellen, she gwine to nurse me. Do I get sick and... What's the matter, Miss Scarlett? Both dead, Sam. Dead? Is you funnin' with me, Miss Scarlett? That ain't no way to treat me. I'm not funnin'. It's true. Mother died when Sherman's men came through Tara, and Pa, he went last June. Oh, Sam, don't cry. Please don't. If you do, I'll cry too. Sam, don't. I just can't stand it. Let's don't talk about it now. I'll tell you all about it some other time. Miss Sue Ellen is at Tara, and she's married to a mighty fine man, Mr. Will Benteen. And Miss Corrine, she's in a... Scarlett paused. She could never make plain to the weeping giant what a convent was. She's living in Charleston now. But Pork and Prissy are at Tara. There, Sam, wipe your nose. Do you really want to go home? Yes'm. But it ain't going to be like I thought with Miss Ellen and... Sam, how'd you like to stay here in Atlanta and work for me? I need a driver, and I need one bad with so many mean folks around these days. Yes'm, you sure do. I've been aiming to say you ain't got no business driving around by yourself, Miss Scarlett. You ain't got no notion how mean some niggers is these days, especially them what live here in Shantytown. It ain't safe for you. I ain't been in Shantytown but 2 days, but I hear them talk about you. And yesterday when you drove by and them trashy black wenches holler at you, I recognized you, but you went by so fast I couldn't catch you. But I sure tanned the hides of them niggers, I sure did. And you noticed there ain't none of them around here today? I did notice, and I certainly thank you, Sam. Well, how would you like to be my carriage man? Miss Scarlett, thank you, ma'am. But I specs I better go to Tara. Big Sam looked down, and his bare toe traced aimless marks in the road. There was a furtive uneasiness about him. Now why? I'll pay you good wages. You must stay with me. The big black face, stupid and easily read as a child's, looked up at her, and there was fear in it. He came closer, and leaning over the side of the buggy, whispered, Miss Scarlett, I got to get out of Atlanta. I got to get to Tara where they won't find me. I done killed a man. A darky? No, a white man. A Yankee soldier, and is looking for me. That the reason I'm here at Shantytown. How did it happen? He was drunk, and he said something I couldn't take no ways. And I got my hands on his neck. And I didn't mean to kill him, Miss Scarlett, but my hands is powerful strong. And 'fore I knowed it, he was killed. And I was so scared I didn't know what to do. So I come out here to hide, and when I seen you go by yesterday, I says, bless God, there Miss Scarlett. She take care of me. She ain't going to let the Yankees get me. She send me back to Tara. You say that after you? They know you did it? Yes'm. I was so big there ain't no mistaking me. I specs I was the biggest nigger in Atlanta. They done been out here already after me last night, but the nigger gal, she hid me in a cave over in the woods till they was gone. Scarlett sat frowning for a moment. She was not in the least alarmed or distressed that Sam had committed murder, but she was disappointed that she couldn't have him as a driver. A big Negro like Sam would be as good a bodyguard as Archie. Well, she must get him safe to Tara somehow, for of course the authorities mustn't get him. He was too valuable a darky to be hanged. Why, he was the best foreman Tara had ever had. It didn't enter Scarlett's mind that he was free. He still belonged to her like Pork and Mammy and Peter and Cookie and Prissy. He was still one of our family, and as such must be protected. "I'll send you to Tara tonight," she said finally. "Now, Sam, I've got to drive out the road a piece, but I ought to be back here before sundown. You be waiting here for me when I come back. Don't tell anyone where you are going. And if you've got a hat, bring it along to hide your face." "I ain't got no hat." "Well, here's a quarter. You buy a hat from one of those shanty darkies and meet me here." "Yes'm." His face glowed. Scarlett drove on thoughtfully. Will would certainly welcome a good field hand at Tara. Pork had never been any good in the fields and never would be any good. With Sam on the place, Pork could come to Atlanta and join Dilsey, as she had promised him when Gerald died. When she reached the mill, the sun was setting, and it was later than she cared to be out. Johnny Gallagher was standing in the doorway of the miserable shack that served as cook-room for the little lumber camp. Sitting on a log in front of the slab-sided shack that was their sleeping quarters were 4 or 5 convicts Scarlett had apportioned to Johnny's mill. Their convict uniforms were dirty and foul with sweat. Shackles clanked between their ankles when they moved tiredly. And there was an air of apathy and despair about them. They were a thin, unwholesome lot, Scarlett thought, peering sharply at them. And when she had leased them, so short a time before, they were an upstanding crew. They didn't even raise their eyes as she dismounted from the buggy, but Johnny turned toward her, carelessly dragging off his hat. His little brown face was as hard as a nut as he greeted her. "I don't like the look of the men," she said abruptly. "They don't look well." "Where's the other one?" "Says he's sick," said Johnny laconically. "He's in the bunkhouse." "What ails him?" "Laziness mostly." "I'll go see him." "Don't do that. He's probably naked." "I'll tend to him. He'll be back at work tomorrow." Scarlett hesitated, and saw one of the convicts raise a weary head and give Johnny a stare of intense hatred before he looked at the ground again. "Have you been whipping these men?" "Now, Mrs. Kennedy, begging your pardon, who's running this mill?" "You put me in charge and told me to run it. You said I'd have a free hand. You ain't got no complaints to make of me, have you? Ain't I making twice as much for you as Mr. Elsing did?" "Yes, you are," said Scarlett, but a shiver went over her, like a goose walking across her grave. There was something sinister about this camp with its ugly shacks, something which had not been here when Hugh Elsing had it. There was a loneliness, an isolation about it that chilled her. These convicts were so far away from everything, so completely at the mercy of Johnny Gallagher, and if he chose to whip them or otherwise mistreat them, she would probably never know about it. The convicts would be afraid to complain to her for fear of worse punishment after she was gone. The men look thin. Are you giving them enough to eat? God knows I spend enough money on their food to make them fat as hogs. The flour and pork alone cost $30 last month. What are you giving them for supper?" She stepped over to the cook shack and looked in. A fat mulatto woman, who was leaning over a rusty old stove, dropped a half-curtsy as she saw Scarlett, and went on stirring a pot in which black-eyed peas were cooking. Scarlett knew Johnny Gallagher lived with her, but thought it best to ignore the fact. She saw that, except for the peas and a pan of corn pone, there was no other food being prepared. "Haven't you got anything else for these men?" "No'm." "Haven't you got any side meat in these peas?" "No'm." "No boiling bacon in the peas? But black-eyed peas are no good without bacon. There's no strength in them. Why isn't there any bacon?" "Mr. Johnny, he say there ain't no use putting in no side meat." "You'll put bacon in." "Where do you keep your supplies?" The Negro woman rolled frightened eyes toward the small closet that served as a pantry, and Scarlett threw the door open. There was an open barrel of cornmeal on the floor, a small sack of flour, a pound of coffee, a little sugar, a gallon jug of sorghum, and 2 hams. One of the hams sitting on the shelf had been recently cooked, and only 1 or 2 slices had been cut from it. Scarlett turned in fury on Johnny Gallagher and met his coldly angry gaze. "Where are the 5 sacks of white flour I sent out last week? And the sugar sack and the coffee? And I have 5 hams sent, and 10 pounds of side meat, and God knows how many bushels of yams and Irish potatoes. Well, where are they? You can't have used them all in a week if you fed the men 5 meals a day. You've sold them. That's what you've done, you thief. Sold my good supplies and put the money in your pocket and fed these men on dried peas and corn. No wonder they look so thin. Get out of the way." She stormed past him to the doorway. "You, man, there on the end. Yes, you. Come here." The man rose and walked awkwardly toward her, his shackles clanking, and she saw that his bare ankles were red and raw from the chafing of the iron. "When did you last have ham?" The man looked down at the ground. "Speak up." Still the man stood silent and abject. Finally he raised his eyes, looked Scarlett in the face imploringly, and dropped his gaze again. "Scared to talk, eh? Well, go in that pantry and get that ham off the shelf. Rebecca, give him your knife. Take it out to those men and divide it up. Rebecca, make some biscuits and coffee for the men, and serve plenty of sorghum. Start now so I can see you do it." "That's Mr. Johnny's private flour and coffee," Rebecca muttered frightenedly. "Mr. Johnny's my foot. I suppose it's his private ham, too. You do what I say. Get busy. Johnny Gallagher, come out to the buggy with me." She stalked across the littered yard and climbed into the buggy, noticing with grim satisfaction that the men were tearing at the ham and cramming bits into their mouths voraciously. They looked as if they feared it would be taken from them at any minute. "You are a rare scoundrel," she cried furiously to Johnny, as he stood at the wheel, his hat pushed back from his lowering brow. "And you can just hand over to me the price of my supplies. In the future, I'll bring you provisions every day instead of ordering them by the month. Then you can't cheat me." "In the future I won't be here," said Johnny Gallagher. "You mean you are quitting?" For a moment it was on Scarlett's hot tongue to cry, "Go and good riddance," but the cool hand of caution stopped her. If Johnny should quit, what would she do? He had been doubling the amount of lumber Hugh turned out, and just now she had a big order, the biggest she had ever had, and a rush order at that. She had to get that lumber into Atlanta. If Johnny quit, whom would she get to take over the mill? "Yes, I'm quitting. You put me in complete charge here, and you told me that all you expected of me was as much lumber as I could possibly get out. You didn't tell me how to run my business then, and I'm not able to have you start now. How I get the lumber out is no affair of yours. You can't complain that I've fallen down on my bargain. I've made money for you, and I've earned my salary. And what I could pick up on the side, too. And here you come out here interfering, asking questions, and breaking my authority in front of the men. How can you expect me to keep discipline after this? What if the men do get an occasional lick? The lazy scum deserve worse. What if they ain't fed up and pampered? They don't deserve nothing better. Either you tend to your business and let me tend to mine, or I quit tonight." His hard little face looked flintier than ever, and Scarlett was in a quandary. If he quit tonight, what would she do? She couldn't stay here all night guarding the convicts. Something of her dilemma showed in her eyes, for Johnny's expression changed subtly, and some of the hardness went out of his face. There was an easy, agreeable note in his voice when he spoke. "It's getting late, Mrs. Kennedy, and you'd better be getting on home. We ain't going to fall out over a little thing like this, are we? Suppose you take $10 out of my next month's wages, and let's call it square." Scarlett's eyes went unwillingly to the miserable group gnawing on the ham, and she thought of the sick man lying in the windy shack. She ought to get rid of Johnny Gallagher. He was a thief and a brutal man. There was no telling what he did to the convicts when she wasn't there. But on the other hand, he was smart, and God knows she needed a smart man. Well, she couldn't part with him now. He was making money for her. She'd just have to see to it that the convicts got their proper rations in the future. "I'll take $20 out of your wages," she said shortly, "and I'll be back and discuss the matter further in the morning." She picked up the reins. But she knew there would be no further discussion. She knew that the matter had ended there, and she knew Johnny knew it. As she drove off down the path to the Decatur Road, her conscience battled with her desire for money. She knew she had no business exposing human lives to the hard little man's mercies. If he should cause the death of one of them, she would be as guilty as he was, for she had kept him in charge after learning of his brutalities. But, on the other hand, men had no business getting to be convicts. If they broke laws and got caught, then they deserved what they got. This partly salved her conscience. But as she drove down the road, the dull, thin faces of the convicts would keep coming back into her mind. "Oh, I'll think of them later," she decided, and pushed the thought into the lumber room of her mind, and shut the door upon it. The sun had completely gone when she reached the bend in the road above Shantytown, and the woods about her were dark. With the disappearance of the sun, a bitter chill had fallen on the twilight world, and a cold wind blew through the dark woods, making the bare boughs crack and the dead leaves rustle. She had never been out this late by herself, and she was uneasy and wished herself home. Big Sam was nowhere to be seen, and as she drew rein to wait for him, she worried about his absence, fearing the Yankees might have already picked him up. Then she heard footsteps coming up the path from the settlement, and a sigh of relief went through her lips. She'd certainly dressed Sam down for keeping her waiting. But it wasn't Sam who came round the bend. It was a big, ragged white man, and a squat black Negro with shoulders and chest like a gorilla. Swiftly she flapped the reins on the horse's back and clutched the pistol. The horse started to trot and suddenly shied as the white man threw up his hand. "Lady," he said, "can you give me a quarter? I'm sure hungry." "Get out of the way," she answered, keeping her voice as steady as she could. "I haven't got any money. Get up." With a sudden, swift movement, the man's hand was on the horse's bridle. "Grab her," he shouted to the Negro. "She's probably got her money in her bosom." What happened next was like a nightmare to Scarlett, and it all happened so quickly. She brought up her pistol swiftly, and some instinct told her not to fire at the white man for fear of shooting the horse. As the Negro came running to the buggy, his black face twisted in a leering grin, she fired point-blank at him. Whether or not she hit him, she never knew. But the next minute the pistol was wrenched from her hand by a grasp that almost broke her wrist. The Negro was beside her, so close that she could smell the rank odor of him as he tried to drag her over the buggy side. With her one free hand she fought madly, clawing at his face. And then she felt his big hand at her throat, and with a ripping noise, her basque was torn open from neck to waist. Then the black hand fumbled between her breasts, and terror and revulsion such as she had never known came over her, and she screamed like an insane woman. "Shut her up! Drag her out!" cried the white man. And the black hand fumbled across Scarlett's face to her mouth. She bit as savagely as she could, and then screamed again, and through her screaming she heard the white man swear, and realized that there was a third man in the dark road. The black hand dropped from her mouth, and the Negro leaped away as Big Sam charged at him. "Run, Miss Scarlett!" yelled Sam, grappling with the Negro. And Scarlett, shaking and screaming, clutched up the reins and whip and laid them both over the horse.
It went off at a jump, and she felt the wheels pass over something soft, something resistant. It was the white man who lay in the road where Sam had knocked him down. Maddened by terror, she lashed the horse again, and it struck a gate that made the buggy rock and sway. Through her terror, she was conscious of the sound of feet running behind her, and she screamed at the horse to go faster. If that black ape got her again, she would die before he even got his hands upon her. A voice yelled behind her, "Miss Scarlett, stop!" Without slacking, she looked trembling over her shoulder and saw Big Sam racing down the road behind her, his long legs working like hard-driven pistons. She drew rein as he came up, and he flung himself into the buggy, his big body crowding her to one side. Sweat and blood were streaming down his face as he panted. "Is you hurt? Did they hurt you?" She could not speak, but seeing the direction of his eyes and their quick averting, she realized that her basque was open to the waist and her bare bosom and corset cover were showing. With a shaking hand she clutched the two edges together, and bowing her head began to cry in terrified sobs. "Give me dem lines," said Sam, snatching the reins from her. "Hoss make tracks." The whip cracked, and the startled horse went off at a wild gallop that threatened to throw the buggy into the ditch. "I hope I done killed that black baboon. But I didn't wait to find out," he panted. "But if he harmed you, Miss Scarlett, I'll go back and make sure of it." "No, no! Drive on quickly!" she sobbed. Chapter 45. That night, when Frank deposited her, and Aunt Pitty and the children at Melanie's, and rode off down the street with Ashley, Scarlett could have burst with rage and hurt. How could he go off to a political meeting on this of all nights in the world? A political meeting! And on the same night when she had been attacked, when anything might have happened to her. It was unfeeling and selfish of him. But then, he had taken the whole affair with maddening calm. Ever since Sam had carried her sobbing into the house, her basque gaping to the waist. He hadn't clawed his beard even once when she cried out her story. He had just questioned gently, "Sugar, are you hurt or just scared?" Wrath mingling with her tears, she had been unable to answer, and Sam had volunteered that she was just scared. "I got there 'fore they done more'n tear a dress." "You're a good boy, Sam, and I won't forget what you've done. If there's anything I can do for you—" "Yes, sir? You can send me to Terra quick as you can. The Yankees is after me." Frank had listened to his statement calmly, too, and had asked no questions. He had looked very much as he did the night Tony came beating on their door, as though this was an exclusively masculine affair and one to be handled with a minimum of words and emotions. "You go get in the buggy. I'll have Peter drive you as far as Rough and Ready tonight, and you can hide in the woods till morning and then catch the train to Jonesboro. It'll be safer. Now, Sugar, stop crying. It's all over now, and you aren't really hurt. Miss Pitty, could I have your smelling salts? And, Mammy, fetch Miss Scarlett a glass of wine." Scarlett had burst into renewed tears, this time tears of rage. She wanted comforting, indignation, threats of vengeance. She would even have preferred him storming at her, saying that this was just what he had warned her would happen. Anything rather than have him take it all so casually, and treat her danger as a matter of small moment. He was nice and gentle, of course, but in an absent way, as if he had something far more important on his mind. And that important thing had turned out to be a small political meeting. She could hardly believe her ears when he told her to change her dress and get ready for him to escort her over to Melanie's for the evening. He must know how harrowing her experience had been, must know she didn't want to spend an evening at Melanie's when her tired body and jangled nerves cried out for the warm relaxation of bed and blankets, with a hot brick to make her toes tingle and a hot toddy to soothe her fears. If he really loved her, nothing could have forced him from her side, on this of all nights. He would have stayed home and held her hand, and told her over and over that he would have died if anything had happened to her. And when he came home tonight, and she had him alone, she would certainly tell him so. Melanie's small parlor looked as serene as it usually did on nights when Frank and Ashley were away, and the women gathered together to sew. The room was warm and cheerful in the firelight. The lamp on the table shed a quiet yellow glow on the 4 smooth heads bent to their needlework. 4 skirts billowed modestly. 8 small feet were daintily placed on low hassocks. The quiet breathing of Wade, Ella, and Bo came through the open door of the nursery. Archie sat on a stool by the hearth, his back against the fireplace, his cheek distended with tobacco, whittling industriously on a bit of wood. The contrast between the dirty, hairy old man and the 4 neat, fastidious ladies was as great as though he were a grizzled, vicious old watchdog and they 4 small kittens. Melanie's soft voice, tinged with indignation, went on and on as she told of the recent outburst of temperament on the part of the lady harpists. Unable to agree with the gentlemen's glee club as to the program for their next recital, the ladies had waited on Melanie that afternoon and announced their intention of withdrawing completely from the musical circle. It had taken all of Melanie's diplomacy to persuade them to defer their decision. Scarlet, overwrought, could have screamed, "Oh, damn the lady harpists!" She wanted to talk about her dreadful experience. She was bursting to relate it in detail, so she could ease her own fright by frightening the others. She wanted to tell how brave she had been, just to assure herself by the sound of her own words that she had indeed been brave. But every time she brought up the subject, Melanie deftly steered the conversation into other and innocuous channels. This irritated Scarlet almost beyond endurance. They were as mean as Frank. How could they be so calm and placid when she had just escaped so terrible a fate? They weren't even displaying common courtesy in denying her the relief of talking about it. The events of the afternoon had shaken her more than she cared to admit, even to herself. Every time she thought of that malignant black face peering at her from the shadows of the twilight forest road, she fell to trembling. When she thought of the black hand at her bosom, and what would have happened if Big Sam had not appeared, she bent her head lower and squeezed her eyes tightly shut. The longer she sat silent in the peaceful room, trying to sew, listening to Melanie's voice, the tighter her nerves stretched. She felt that at any moment she would actually hear them break, with the same pinging sound a banjo string makes when it snaps. Archie's whittling annoyed her, and she frowned at him. Suddenly it seemed odd that he should be sitting there occupying himself with a piece of wood. Usually he lay flat on the sofa, during the evenings when he was on guard, and slept and snored so violently that his long beard leaped into the air with each rumbling breath. It was odder still that neither Melanie nor India hinted to him that he should spread a paper on the floor to catch his litter of shavings. He had already made a perfect mess on the hearth rug, but they didn't seem to have noticed it. While she watched him, Archie turned suddenly toward the fire and spat a stream of tobacco juice on it with such vehemence that India, Melanie, and Pitty leaped as though a bomb had exploded. "Need you expectorate so loudly?" cried India in a voice that cracked with nervous annoyance. Scarlet looked at her in surprise, for India was contained. Archie gave her look for look. "I reckon I do," he answered coldly, and spat again. Melanie gave a little frowning glance at India. "I was always so glad dear Papa didn't chew," began Pitty. And Melanie, her frown creasing deeper, swung on her and spoke sharper words than Scarlet had ever heard her speak. "Oh, do hush, Auntie. You're so tactless." "Oh, dear." Pitty dropped her sewing in her lap, and her mouth pursed up in a hurt. "I declare, I don't know what ails you all tonight. You and India are just as jumpy and cross as 2 old sticks." No one answered her.
Melanie didn't even apologize for her crossness, but went back to her sewing with small violence. "You're taking stitches an inch long," declared Pitty with some satisfaction. "You'll have to take every one of them out. What's the matter with you?" But Melanie still didn't answer. Was there anything the matter with them, Scarlet wondered? Had she been too absorbed with her own fears to notice? Yes. Despite Melanie's attempts to make the evening appear like any one of 50 they had all spent together, there was a difference due to their alarm and shock at what had happened that afternoon. Scarlet stole glances at her companions and intercepted a look from India. It discomforted her because it was a long measuring glance that carried in its cold depth something stronger than hate, something more insulting than contempt.